Chapter 316. Someone tried to sneak an attack on Lin Feng. Quick, accurate, ruthless. It was as if the attacker wanted to kill Lin Feng with a single blow. Facing this attack, Lin Feng reacted quickly. He quickly moved to the left, and the spear missed. Lin Feng kicked the spear, and the attacker was forced back. Lin Feng moved like a bolt of lightning, grabbed the cultivator's neck with both hands, and twisted. With a crack, the cultivator's neck was broken, and he died on the spot. Zhang Kuei has been killed. An angry shout came from not far away. Lin Feng looked over and saw that there were more than 10 cultivators who had entered the cave. They seemed to be in a group, and they had probably followed him in. These people were collecting the treasures here, and they obviously wanted to make a fortune. When they saw Lin Feng, they wanted to kill him. "Get out of my way!" Lin Feng looked indifferent. "Brat, you killed our people, and you still dare to be so impudent? Today, I will cut you into 10,000 pieces." Immediately, a sturdy cultivator rushed over, holding a long saber, and slashed at Lin Feng. Swish! Lin Feng's golden wings flapped slightly, and he disappeared without a trace. A moment later, he appeared behind the sturdy cultivator, holding the black dragon sword. With a stab, the sword pierced through the cultivator's chest, and the cultivator fell down, dead on the spot. The world of cultivators. It was full of intrigue and deception. Many times, if you didn't kill others, you would be killed by others. Lin Feng had seen through all of this. Since that was the case, then he would kill everyone who stood in his way. "Damn it, attack!" A middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly. More than 10 people rushed towards Lin Feng, all of them looking ferocious. Their eyes flashed with a bone-chilling light. Those people were holding all kinds of weapons and were surrounding Lin Feng. "Since you want to die, then all of you will die here." Lin Feng looked indifferent. His golden wings flapped slightly. He was like a bolt of lightning moving through the crowd. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was so fast that these people couldn't keep up with Lin Feng. Pooh! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. One cultivator after another was stabbed to death by Lin Feng's sword. Their corpses fell down and rolled over countless treasures. They were buried by the treasures in the depths of the mountain. One cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. The remaining leader was scared out of his wits and turned to run. "Young master, save me!" The cultivator let out a terrified cry. At that moment, a silhouette came into the cave. When that person saw Lin Feng chasing the leader of the group, he shouted furiously, "How dare you!" This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and confident, and he held a black iron spear in his hand. Lin Feng said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" As soon as he finished speaking, he caught up to the leader and slashed at him. Pooh! The leader's head flew into the sky, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. The leader had also been killed by Lin Feng. "Brat, you dare to kill my men? You're courting death." The young man shouted angrily, leaping forward and stabbing his black iron spear at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, "You allowed these people to kill me, but I can't kill them? If I wasn't strong enough, I would have already become a cold corpse. These people were killed. They only have themselves to blame." "I will kill you to vent my anger," Zhang Sanwuji said coldly. As the saying went, before beating a dog, one had to look at its master first. Moreover, Lin Feng had killed more than 10 of his subordinates. Zhang Sanwuji's spear techniques were outstanding, and with a single stab, 13 spear images appeared, all of them aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. This person's spear techniques were truly powerful, and he slashed at them with his sword. Swish! Suddenly, the 13 spear images merged into one, and Lin Feng's sword missed. Zhang Sanwuji's spear stabbed at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly moved to the right, narrowly avoiding Zhang Sanwuji's attack. Zhang Sanwuji held a spear with one hand and suddenly pulled it back. The spear was like a whip, ruthlessly lashing at Lin Feng's body, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The spear was known as the king of all weapons. This was the first time Lin Feng had fought against an expert with outstanding spear techniques, and this time he suffered a small loss. Zhang Sanwuji roared and once again charged at Lin Feng. And with another stab, 13 spear images appeared again, all of them aimed at Lin Feng. This move again. Lin Feng had suffered a loss from this move just now. However, Lin Feng would not suffer a second time. When the 13 spear images came at him again, Lin Feng used the Scorching Sun sword technique. Once the Scorching Sun sword technique was used, a sun appeared and suppressed Zhang Sanwuji. Zhang Sanwuji's expression changed slightly, and he pulled his spear towards the sun that was suppressing him. Bang! The sun crumbled. However, at this time, Lin Feng's sword slashed at Zhang Sanwuji, and a dazzling sword qi quickly slashed at Zhang Sanwuji. Zhang Sanwuji was startled, and he waved his spear to block. A clanging sound rang out as Zhang Sanwuji used his spear to block the attack. Suddenly, Zhang Sanwuji felt a chill behind him, and he quickly dodged. Lin Feng's sword almost brushed past his body, causing Zhang Sanwuji to break out in cold sweat. Although he had dodged Lin Feng's sword, he did not manage to dodge Lin Feng's palm strike. This palm strike landed on Zhang Sanwuji's body, and Zhang Sanwuji was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. Zhang Sanwuji was wearing a powerful treasure robe, and this strike was not able to injure him severely. "Brat, you're amazing." Zhang Sanwuji leaped up and once again rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he also attacked Zhang Sanwuji. This Zhang Sanwuji's cultivation was very high, and his spear techniques were outstanding. The spear technique just now was clearly not his strongest spear technique. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk, just as the two of them were about to fight each other, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Stone fragments kept falling down, and the mountain peak seemed to be about to collapse. The terrifying energy shockwaves from the battle of the 4 terrifying existences outside bombarded the mountain peak. So this place was about to collapse. Asterisk whoosh! Asterisk Lin Feng and Zhang Sanwuji did not dare to continue fighting, and they turned around and flew outside. Before leaving, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, and a powerful devouring power surged out, instantly sucking in dozens of powerful magic treasures. Next, Lin Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, and he instantly rushed out of the cave. At that moment, huge fireballs fell from the sky. These were the powerful attacks of Huolong, and several of them flew towards Lin Feng. Fuck! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he dodged the fireballs somewhat miserably. He did not dare to stay here any longer, and he quickly flew away. Lin Feng was worried that if he stayed here for too long, he would be killed by the shockwaves from the battle between Huolong and the experts of the 3 ancient holy lands. After Lin Feng left, Zhang Sanwuji also flew out. His expression was extremely gloomy. More than 10 of his subordinates had been killed, and the treasures in the cave had not been obtained. He turned to look at the cave, which had collapsed in an instant, and he was buried in a world of lava. He could forget about obtaining the treasures. "Brat, no matter who you are, I will definitely kill you." Zhang Sanwuji roared furiously, and his face was slightly distorted. He did not dare to stay any longer, and he quickly left the center of the battle. Chapter 317. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. If that giant dragon was merely a fire dragon of the West, it would have been killed by the 3 ancient Holy Lands experts. But that giant dragon, of all things, it was an Eastern divine dragon. Although it was an Eastern divine dragon evolved from a fire serpent, its bloodline couldn't compare to those water element Eastern divine dragons. But an Eastern divine dragon was indeed an Eastern divine dragon. Its strength was still abnormally strong. It was too difficult to slay an Eastern divine dragon. The Eastern divine dragon fled without a trace, but the three ancient Holy Lands experts were unwilling to let this giant dragon that was full of treasures escape. Thus they chased after it. On the other hand, Lin Feng, the Fire Qilin, and Zi Yuanyuan returned to the Azure Dragon Institute. Inside the Azure Dragon Institute, there were many young masters and young misses with their maids. Therefore, it wasn't strange for Lin Feng to bring Zi Yuanyuan to the Azure Dragon Institute. But everyone was stunned by Zi Yuanyuan's beauty. At such a young age, she was already so beautiful. When she grew up, wouldn't she be a calamity to the country and its people? Back at the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng told Wenren Kanglin about his encounter with the green-robed old man outside, as well as the fact that the enforcement hall's grand elderly Merson was a Devil Path spy. Wenren Kanglin's expression became solemn. After discussing with some higher-ups, they decided to quickly capture Li Merson. But who would have thought that Li Merson would escape in advance? At night, Lin Feng and the Fire Qilin studied the second bluestone martial symbol. Lin Feng copied the words on the second bluestone martial symbol. Blood Demon Valley. Lin Feng read out a name. Blood Demon Valley, so it's actually this place. The Fire Qilin was slightly surprised. You know where this is. Lin Feng looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin nodded, answering, one of the ruins of the great fiend god war. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect it to be such a place. The great fiend god war. It could be said to be extremely tragic. Countless gods and devils died. Some ancient races, such as the three-headed golden wolf tribe, also disappeared in the river of history during this era. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and asked, Ancient fiend god ruins? How do we enter them? The Fire Qilin said, Primordial fiend god ruins. It only opens once every 100 years, and every time it opens, it attracts many strong cultivators. When will it open? You won't wait another 100 years, right? Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it's been 100 years since the last time it opened, said Lin Feng. Fire Qilin said. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, That's really great. When the ancient fiend god ruins open, I'll enter and search for the third martial talisman. If I can get the third talisman, I wonder how many devouring martial spirits I can awaken. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. It was rumored that he could awaken up to 10 devouring martial spirits. As of now, Lin Feng had only awakened 3. Inside the room, Lin Feng began refining the blood spirit pill. The blood spirit pill was an extremely precious treasure. Lin Feng planned to refine it and sell it at the auction house. The blood spirit pill's value was to transform one's bloodline. It was an ancient alchemist's recipe that could enhance one's bloodline power. Once it spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This time, the shock it would bring was definitely not something that a mere body-tempering liquid could compare to. Body-tempering liquid. It only improved one's physique. On the other hand, the blood spirit pill directly increased one's bloodline power. One had to know that increasing one's bloodline power was an extremely difficult task. Normally, one could only slowly increase it through cultivation. Blood spirit pill. It directly increased one's bloodline power by a large margin. The stronger one's bloodline power was. Similarly, when one broke through to a certain realm, one's battle power would increase even more. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a treasure? Lin Feng placed the spiritual herbs into the cauldron one by one. Under Lin Feng's refinement, each and every one of the herbs was gradually being refined into a pure medicinal liquid. When all 76 spiritual herbs were refined into medicinal liquid, Lin Feng began to fuse them. The main ingredient to refine the blood spirit pill was the blood spirit grass. However, other than the blood spirit grass, he also needed 75 supplementary spiritual herbs. The entire refining process was quite troublesome. However, to Lin Feng, this was not a difficult task. 6 hours later, Lin Feng exited his closed-door cultivation. Although he was exhausted, his face was filled with joy. Creak. Lin Feng opened the door. "Young master, you're out." Seeing Lin Feng come out, Ziyuan smiled. She brought a basin of water over. "Young master, please take a bath." Lin Feng washed his face, then affectionately pinched Ziyuan's soft cheeks. Ziyuan's cheeks instantly blushed. "Don't wait for me to come back for dinner tonight. I'm going out," Lin Feng said. Ziyuan nodded obediently. After Lin Feng left, Ziyuan reached out her slender hand to caress the part of her face that was pinched by Lin Feng, her bright eyes filled with shyness. Lin Feng left the Azure Dragon Institute, heading straight to the auction house. If he wanted to get a good price for the blood spirit pill, he needed the auction house's cooperation. Hearing Lin Feng's arrival, Dongfeng Ge personally came out to welcome Lin Feng. "Little friend Lin Feng, long time no see, welcome," Dongfeng Ge said with a smile. "I've come to disturb you, to actually have Senior personally come out to welcome me. This Junior is overwhelmed by the favor." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said humbly, "Haha, us old and young, there's no need to be so polite here. Come, please go upstairs." Dongfeng Ge personally led Lin Feng to the private room on the second floor. On the first floor's main hall, many people were watching this scene with their mouths agape. Who is that young man? He actually made Dongfeng Ge personally come out to welcome him? I don't know. Perhaps he's a young master from an ancient family who went out to train? That's possible, the people in the hall discussed fervently. At this time, Lin Feng and Dongfeng Ge had already arrived at the private room on the second floor, and a maid served them tea. Lin Feng said, "I have a pill here. Would Senior like to take a look?" Dongfeng Ge's eyes lit up as he recalled the body-tempering liquid from before. Could it be that the mysterious alchemist behind Lin Feng had refined a new pill? Dongfeng Ge couldn't help but look forward to it. Lin Feng took out the bottle containing the blood spirit pill and handed it to Dongfeng Ge. Dongfeng Ge opened the bottle and took a whiff. He asked curiously, "What kind of pill is this?" "Immemorial blood spirit pill. It can increase a cultivator's bloodline purity. If a yin-yang realm cultivator consumes it, their bloodline purity will double. If a yin-yang realm cultivator consumes it, their bloodline purity will triple." Lin Feng explained. "What? There's such a pill?" Dongfeng Ge cried out in disbelief. His hand holding the bottle trembled violently, and his face was filled with shock. The pills that were circulating today that could increase the purity of one's bloodline were generally only effective for cultivators in the martial warrior realm. Moreover, they could only increase the purity of one's bloodline by 50% at most. 50% bloodline purity was only 0. 5 times. However, even such pills were regarded as treasures by the major forces. Once they appeared, they would fight over them madly. Lin Feng's blood spirit pill was too terrifying. It was not limited to the martial warrior realm. Martial master realm cultivators, martial general realm cultivators, martial king realm cultivators, and even yin-yang realm lords. They could all be used. Moreover, the bloodline purity enhancement was too shocking. Martial warrior to martial king realm cultivators would triple their bloodline purity. Yin-yang realm cultivators would consume it. Bloodline purity doubled. If bloodline purity doubled, how much would one's cultivation increase? If bloodline purity tripled, how much would one's cultivation increase? Dongfeng Ge had already predicted that once news of the blood spirit pill spread, it would cause a huge commotion in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. Countless ancient factions, including ancient imperial dynasties, ancient sacred lands, all these factions would be alarmed. Chapter 318. Young friend Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll take this pill and show it to my family's young mistress. If she's satisfied with it, she can even mobilize enough power to make the most ancient factions pay attention to this pill. Dongfang said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Dongfang was referring to the first miss of the Jiang family? The first miss of the Jiang family who had been conferred the title of primordial gods by the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He had never thought that a small auction house like the true Martial Empire would have such an important person. Lin Feng nodded. All right, I'll wait here. Young friend, please wait for a moment. Dongfang stood up and quickly left. He arrived outside Jiang Yudi's room and knocked on the door. First miss, Lin Feng is here again, and he brought a pill with him. Uncle Dongfang, come in. Jiang Yudi's voice rang out. Dongfang opened the door and walked in. Jiang Yudi put down the scroll in her hand and looked at Dongfang. Uncle Dongfang, what pill did Lin Feng bring? It's this pill. Dongfang handed the porcelain bottle to Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi opened it and sniffed it, and her expression changed again. First miss, is there something wrong with this pill? Dongfang Ji's heart skipped a beat. He thought that there was something wrong with the pill that Lin Feng had brought. Jiang Yudi's voice became serious as she said, the primordial blood spirit pill. That's right. Lin Feng said that this is the blood spirit pill. He said that if a cultivator below the yin-yang realm consumes it, their bloodline purity will increase by 3 times. If a cultivator below the yin-yang realm consumes it, their bloodline purity will increase by 2 times. Dongfang still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Jiang Yudi said, what a powerful pill. First miss, do you think that this pill really has such an effect? Dongfang asked. As far as he knew, such a heaven-defying pill shouldn't have appeared. Even the Jiang family didn't seem to have such a pill that could greatly increase bloodline purity. If it's an ordinary pill, it's impossible. However, there's a person's pill. It's possible. Jiang Yudi's eyes narrowed. May I know who young miss is referring to? Dongfang asked. Primordial divine alchemist, Jiang Yudi said. Hiss. Dongfang sucked in a breath of cold air. The primordial divine alchemist was a righteous god conferred by the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. He wasn't someone those false gods or evil gods could compare to. Dongfang said, rumor has it that the primordial divine alchemist died in the primordial immortal demon war. From then on, the primordial divine alchemist's legacy disappeared without a trace. Jiang Yudi said, yes. For countless years, many people have been searching for the primordial divine alchemist's inheritance, hoping to find it. However, there was no news of him. But this Lin Feng had taken out the primordial body tempering elixir first. Another primordial blood spirit pill. Uncle Dongfang, you should know that our Jiang family's pill formulas were passed down by a divine ancestor, and their effects are so strong that it's hard to find a better pill formula than our Jiang family's. However, Lin Feng took out something that our Jiang family's pill formulas can't refine. What does this mean? Dongfang said, young miss, you're saying that the alchemist behind Lin Feng has already obtained the primordial divine alchemist's legacy. Jiang Yudi nodded slightly and said, it's possible. It had to be said that Jiang Yudi was a person with monstrous intelligence, just from the primordial body tempering elixir and the blood spirit pill. She had deduced that the fire Qilin behind Lin Feng had obtained the primordial divine alchemist's legacy. Her deduction was completely correct. Young miss, what should we do next? Dongfang asked. I'll go see him. Such a person can't be judged by his background. Even our Jiang family's ancestor was in dire straits back then. He was born lowly and only rose to prominence in his old age. Finally, he became a god at the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Although Lin Feng's background is lowly, no one can say for sure what kind of terrifying existence he will become in the future. Jiang Yudi stood up and walked outside. Lin Feng was sipping tea. At that moment, faint footsteps could be heard from outside. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Dongfang and a 20-year-old girl walking towards him. This girl was too beautiful. She wasn't just beautiful. Her noble and elegant aura made anyone who saw her feel ashamed of their own inferiority. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This girl should be the Jiang family's young miss, right? So noble, as expected of someone from the primordial Jiang family. Which of the core disciples nurtured by these most ancient powers weren't dragons amongst men, a phoenix among men? For example, Qin Mubai, Fairy Mengyao, Zi Yao, and the others that Lin Feng had met before were all very polite people. Only the ordinary disciples of the major powers were arrogant and despotic. For example, someone like Chen Yang was just an ordinary disciple of the Penglai Divine Land. He didn't have any great achievements, but after coming out of the Penglai Divine Land, he thought himself infallible and acted high and mighty. He didn't know that in the Penglai Divine Land, he was just one of the most ordinary disciples. Lin Feng stood up and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, "You must be the Jiang family's young miss, right? I'm Lin Feng. I've heard Uncle Dongfeng mention Lin Gongzi a long time ago. I'm Jiang Yudi. Lin Gongzi, please don't be so courteous. Please sit." Jiang Yudi smiled faintly. She was so noble and beautiful that no one dared to look directly into her eyes. After everyone was seated, Jiang Yudi asked, "Lin Gongzi, who refined this blood spirit pill?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "I'm not that talented, but the blood spirit pill was refined by me." Jiang Yudi and Dongfeng naturally didn't believe that Lin Feng could refine the blood spirit pill. Of course, they wouldn't expose him either. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi is really a great talent. He's able to refine the primordial blood spirit pill at such a young age. Our auction house will buy this primordial blood spirit pill. When the time comes, I'll inform the various ancient empires and ancient sacred lands. I'm sure they'll be very interested." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your trouble." After pausing for a moment, he said, "I don't want gold coins for the blood spirit pill. I want spirit stones." Spirit stones were an extremely important cultivation resource, but they were rarely circulated in the secular world. Most of them were in the hands of the major powers. For example, the spirit stone mine that the Lin family had discovered couldn't be protected at all. Even the true martial country couldn't protect it. Because of this, the true martial country could be destroyed. Thus, they had no choice but to give it to Sun Moon City. Only a major power like Sun Moon City could protect it. Of course, every year the Sun and Moon City would give the Lin clan some spiritual stones as a reward. However, these spiritual stones were of the lowest quality, nothing more. The Lin clan could use these spiritual stones to practice cultivation, but these spiritual stones were of no use to Lin Feng. Only high-grade spirit stones were useful to Lin Feng. Spirit stones could be used for cultivation, but they could also be used to set up large-scale formations. If one wanted to maintain the formation for a long time, they would need spirit stones. When Lin Feng had killed the black-robed poison master, he had found quite a few spirit stones. However, during the battle at Fallen Moon City, in order to set up the defensive formation, Lin Feng had buried the spirit stones into the formation core. The energy emitted by these spirit stones was used to support the formation's operation. This was the reason why the formation was able to withstand the 400,000 beastmen for an entire day and night. If it wasn't for the spirit stones, the formation would have already been broken through by the 400,000 beastmen. How could it have lasted for an entire day and night? However, it was very difficult to obtain high-grade spirit stones. However, if one borrowed the power of the auction house, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 319. Spirit Stones. No problem. Jiang Yudi nodded. She smiled and said, "I need 2 months to prepare." Lin Feng said sure. He then said, "I have a prescription here. I need some spirit herbs, and I wonder if the auction house can help me collect them." A prescription? Jiang Yudi's eyes lit up. Could it be the spirit herbs that the mysterious entity needed? Jiang Yudi asked. What kind of prescription is it? Lin Feng took out a prescription. There were over 200 different kinds of herbs written on it. All the spirit herbs I need are here, Lin Feng said. Jiang Yudi glanced at it and said, there are at least 5 types of spirit herbs that are very difficult to find in the East County. However, you don't have to worry. I'll send people to get them from other places. It'll take at most 2 months for you to obtain these spirit herbs. Lin Feng thought to himself, as expected of a superpower. According to the Fire Qilin, some of the spirit herbs were difficult to find in the Middle Holy Sky continent because some of them had already gone extinct. However, judging from Jiang Yudi's words, it was obvious that the auction house had these spiritual herbs, or more accurately, the Jiang family had them. When the auction is over, can I deduct the cost of the spirit herbs from the spirit stones? Lin Feng asked. Ordinary spirit herbs were fine. They could be bought with gold coins. But there were some herbs which couldn't be bought with gold coins. They required spiritual stones. Lin Feng still had a few spiritual stones left, but he didn't have enough spiritual stones to buy them. Jiang Yudi smiled and said, this is nothing. When the auction starts, the auction house will inform Lin Gongzi. All right, then, I'll take my leave. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Jiang Yudi and Dongfang Gu sent Lin Feng off. Uncle Dongfang, take a look at this prescription. Jiang Yudi handed the prescription to Dongfang Gu. Dongfang Gu couldn't wait to see what kind of medicine Lin Feng had given him. But when he saw more than 200 types of spirit herbs, his face fell. This brat is really smart. He deliberately wrote in a bunch of random herbs so that we wouldn't be able to guess what kind of medicine it was. Dongfang Gu said. No, I guessed it. Jiang Yudi said. What kind of prescription is this? Dongfang Gu asked. Do you see these 2 spiritual herbs? Scarlet blood demon ginseng, blazing ghost grass. Jiang Yudi pointed at the 2 herbs and said, these are all extremely rare elixirs. The scarlet blood demon ginseng is said to be a ginseng that mutated after absorbing the blood of the demon god, and the scorching sun ghost grass is said to only grow during the ghost festival every year. It will die in the wee hours of the morning and can only survive for an hour. Moreover, it can only appear in places with extreme negative energy, and that kind of place is often a place of great danger. Dongfang Gu said. Jiang Yudi nodded and said, these 2 pills are the main ingredients for refining the small creation pill. Little creation pill? What pill is this? Dongfang Gu asked in shock. The word creation contained too many meanings. The word creation was also filled with too many mysteries. What was creation? The change of the 4 seasons was creation. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were all creation. This was the evolution of the natural laws. This was creation. They actually dared to use the word creation in the name of a pill. It was obvious that this was a heaven-defying pill. The small creation pill. I've only heard that the divine ancestor once discussed alchemy with the immemorial alchemy god and saw the immemorial alchemy god refine the small fortune pill. He speculated about the small fortune pill's formula and studied it for a long time, but in the end he couldn't figure it out. However, I know that only refining the small fortune pill would use both the crimson blood demon and scorching sun ghost grass. The small fortune pill's effect is said to be extremely heaven-defying. Let's put it this way. The immemorial blood spirit pill can increase a person's bloodline strength, while the small fortune pill can turn a cultivation trash into a peerless genius. Jiang Yudi said. Hiss! Dongfang Gu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, how is this possible? How can there be such a pill in this world? Jiang Yudi smiled bitterly and said, the immemorial alchemy god's prescription is indeed very frightening. It seems that he wants to refine the small creation pill. However, Lin Feng's talent should be top-notch, so the small creation pill won't be of much use to a genius like him. Is he going to auction the small creation pill he refined? Dongfang Gu said. If he auctioned it at our auction house, wouldn't the entire Tianwu continent's 3 1,000 provinces be shaken. Jiang Yudi frowned slightly and said, "But I feel that he doesn't want to auction it. Let's put this matter aside for now and gather all the herbs he needs first." Dongfang nodded and asked, "Why didn't First Miss mention his master? Hasn't First Miss always wanted to meet the mysterious alchemist behind Lin Feng?" Jiang Yudi said, "I originally wanted to mention it, but I gave up in the end. I'm not familiar with Lin Feng, and rashly mentioning it would only arouse his vigilance and disgust. The gains don't make up for the losses. I believe that as I deepen my communication with Lin Feng and wait for the right time to bring up this matter, it would be the best choice." The days passed one by one. Lin Feng began his daily cultivation again. Apart from cultivation, he also studied spirit arrays and alchemy. Hard work paid off, and Lin Feng's spirit array skills made another breakthrough, successfully advancing to the level of yellow rank, intermediate rank spirit array master. As for Lin Feng's alchemy skills, they improved much faster, reaching the level of yellow rank, advanced rank, and elementary alchemist. This had a lot to do with the fire qilin. Lin Feng studied spirit array skills by himself, so his progress was naturally much slower. However, with the fire qilin's guidance, his alchemy skills improved by leaps and bounds. The Azure Dragon Institute was bustling with noise and excitement because in 3 months' time, it would be the Mountain River List ranking competition that was held once every 3 years. Every time the Mountain River List ranking competition was held, it would attract everyone's attention. This year was especially so. Lin Feng's rise and the conflict between Lin Feng and the Blood Dragon Gang would definitely be the year's biggest attraction. It was also said that the Blood Dragon Gang's president, Blood Dragon, had returned to the Azure Dragon Institute and was in seclusion. The Blood Dragon Gang released a ruthless statement that they would teach Lin Feng a lesson during the Mountain River List ranking competition. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. On this day, Zhang Pingfan came to Lin Feng's room to report that someone was looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had just finished refining with the fire qilin. After tidying up and walking out of his room, he asked, "Pingfan, who is it?" Zhang Pingfan looked at Lin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred, saying, "The other party did not allow you to say, 'Go and take a look yourself.'" Lin Feng nodded. Being so secretive made him a little suspicious. Who was it that was looking for him? Chapter 320. When Lin Feng arrived outside, he saw a tall and slender woman. She had a delicate and beautiful face. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Within the Dragon Gate, many people were scattered around. They were all looking at the peerless beauty who was like a ripe peach in front of them with amazement. Even Long Shiyu, who was a man of few desires, could not help but take a few more glances at her. Sect leader. When the people in the dragon sect saw Lin Feng, they bowed in unison. When Shangguan Fei turned around and saw the person she had been thinking about day and night, her heart trembled slightly. Fei, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to see such a beautiful woman. He also missed Shangguan Fei very much. However, Shangguan Fei had always been the president of the Mercenary Association in the mercenary town. Without the order of her family, she could not leave without permission. Now the training was finally over, and she had returned to the imperial capital. Lin Feng took a few quick steps forward, and in the midst of Shangguan Fei's startled cry, he pulled her into his embrace and hugged her hot, alluring body. Shangguan Fei blushed and hugged Lin Feng, burying her beautiful face in Lin Feng's arms. Many of the dragon sect's disciples had the urge to bang their heads against the wall. Originally, they thought that this breathtakingly beautiful woman was the sect leader's relative. That way, they could ask the sect leader to introduce her to them. However, when they saw Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei hugging each other, they felt like their hearts were about to break. This peerless beauty was the sect leader's woman. That was true. Perhaps only a wise and powerful man like the sect leader was worthy of such a beautiful woman. Everyone is looking. Shangguan Fair blushed and mumbled softly. However, after their reunion, she was reluctant to leave Lin Feng's arms. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Feng took a deep breath in between Shangguan Fair's hair. He could smell the fragrance of her hair. Shangguan Fei gave a surprised cry, and Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her off the ground. "Sect leader, it's broad daylight. What are you doing to sister-in-law?" Wu Ming jeered. This immediately caused a group of people to burst into laughter. Shangguan Fei's face was so red it could bleed, and she buried her head even deeper. Lin Feng said, "All of you scram. No one is allowed to enter the backyard. Otherwise, the sect scouts, especially you, will be hung up and beaten for 3 days if you dare to violate the sect's rules." Lin Feng's words made Wu Ming's face pale. Lin Feng carried Shangguan Fei back to their room, placing her on his lap. Their eyes met, and all the longing in their hearts turned into a passionate kiss. Lin Feng's hands moved up and down, and Shangguan Fei's clothes were removed piece by piece. After an unknown period of time, the wind and rain finally stopped. Shangguan Fei lay in Lin Feng's arms, stretching out her jade-like hand to draw circles on Lin Feng's chest, as lazy as a kitten. "Did you come back today?" Lin Feng asked. "And just as I came back, I came to find you." Shangguan Fei answered softly. Usually, Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei would exchange letters, and Lin Feng would tell her about the happenings in the Azure Dragon Institute. Lin Feng pulled Shangguan Fei into his arms, asking, "You're not leaving?" Shangguan Fei nodded. "For now, I won't be leaving." "That's great. Then we can see each other more often." Lin Feng's right hand slowly slid down her smooth back, causing Shangguan Fei's face to redden again. One more time. Lin Feng smiled wickedly. The imperial capital was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei were walking on the main street. After several rounds of intense exhaustion, Lin Feng needed to replenish his body. "This is the most famous restaurant in the imperial capital," Shangguan Fei said. Lin Feng nodded and walked up to the restaurant with Shangguan Fei. They sat by a window on the 3rd floor, overlooking the beautiful scenery in the distance, as well as the bustling streets. "My family is the Shangguan family. I have an older brother and a younger brother. All of them have the same father, but different mothers. I'm the daughter of my father after he got drunk with a servant girl. My mother's status is very low, so all these years I've been working hard, trying to prove myself. I hope that my mother can live a good life, that she won't be bullied by others, and that she can have a high status in the family." Shangguan Fei muttered to herself. This was the first time Lin Feng heard Shangguan Fei talk about her background. He had never imagined that she would have such a background. Lin Feng held her hand, his heart aching as he said, "With me here, everything will get better." Shangguan Fei revealed a happy smile, nodding heavily. She believed in Lin Feng's words. At that moment, more than 10 people came up to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, someone saw Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei sitting by the window. Jin Wuzhong, it was actually him. His eyes were filled with hatred. One of the young masters beside Jin Wuzhong looked in Jin Wuzhong's direction, but he only glanced at Lin Feng before looking at Shangguan Fei. When he saw Shangguan Fei, the young master's eyes widened. This young master was none other than the 3rd young master of Lord Taishan, Long Yuxiao, whom Shangguan Fei had met in the Black Street. When he saw Shangguan Fei, he could not take his eyes off her. He thought to himself, "There's actually such a beauty in the imperial capital. She's even better than the fox girls I bought in the Black Street a few days ago. No, compared to this woman, those fox girls are just ordinary women." Long Yuxiao looked at Jin Wuzhong and said, "Wuzhong, do you know those two?" Jin Wuzhong's sister was Lord Taishuan's concubine. Therefore, Jin Wuzhong had a good relationship with Long Yuxiao, the 3rd son of Lord Taishan. Moreover, Long Yuxiao was also a typical second-generation young master. Since he and Jin Wuzhong were birds of a feather, they naturally got along well. Young master, that's Lin Feng. Jin Wuzhong's eyes were spitting fire. That's the little brat who beat you up. How dare he touch someone from Lord Taishuan's palace? Is he tired of living? Let's go and meet that little brat. Long Yuxiao said coldly, but his eyes were fixed on Shangguan Fei. Obviously, he had an ulterior motive. A group of people walked towards Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei. Little brat, you didn't expect to meet me here, did you? Jin Wuzhong sneered at Lin Feng. Jin Wuzhong, it's you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I let you live, what now? Do you want to die? Jin Wuzhong sneered, Little brat, don't be so arrogant. Let's see how you'll die today. At that moment, Long Yuxiao walked out and sneered at Lin Feng. Little brat, you dare touch someone from Lord Taishuan's palace in the imperial capital? Are you tired of living? Look, it's young Master Long Yuxiao. Who's that little brat? He actually offended Long Yuxiao. This is going to be troublesome. Long Yuxiao is a vengeful person. Many people looked over and pointed at them. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had seen Long Yuxiao before, and he remembered seeing him in the Black Street. He sneered and said, What do you want? Hee, I've always been a kind person. I don't like to get to the bottom of things. If you want to live, give that woman to me. I'll spare your life today. Long Yuxiao smiled lecherously at Shangguan Fei. Rumor has it that Long Yuxiao is extremely lecherous. He's not even 20 years old, but he already has many wives. That little brat's woman is too beautiful. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape the fate of being violated by Long Yuxiao. Many people were looking at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Hearing Long Yuxiao's words, Lin Feng's face darkened. Family, friends, women. That was Lin Feng's taboo. A dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. This Long Yuxiao was just courting death. Lin Feng's cold voice sounded like it came from hell. Kneel down and slap yourself 1,000 times. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead today. Boom. Lin Feng's words silenced the entire restaurant. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Was this little brat crazy? How dare he be so impudent to Long Yuxiao? Was he tired of living? Chapter 321. Lord Taishan. His power overturned the imperial court. Who dared to offend the son of Lord Taishan? Wasn't that courting death? However, this young man in front of them actually dared to do so. Many people shook their heads and sighed. They felt that Lin Feng was still too young and did not know how to restrain and endure. He would definitely suffer a great loss today. After hearing this, Long Yuxiao was about to explode with anger. In the imperial capital, there was actually someone who dared to be so presumptuous towards him. Anger. Long Yuxiao could only feel a raging flame burning in his chest. His eyes became extremely sinister. Those who knew Long Yuxiao knew that. Once Long Yuxiao had such a sinister look, it meant that Long Yuxiao had the intention to kill. Jin Wuzhong added fuel to the fire and said, Young master, this kid doesn't put you in his eyes at all. If he doesn't put you in his eyes, it means that he doesn't put Lord Taishan in his eyes. Long Yuxiao was provoked by Jin Wuzhong and became even angrier. He waved his hand and coldly ordered, Catch this kid for me. Today, I will let him know how miserable the consequences of offending me are. Yes, young master. Immediately, 2 guards walked out. These 2 guards walked with a majestic gait. Their aura seemed to condense into a sharp sword. 10th level martial master. Many people exclaimed. These 2 experts were at the 10th level martial master realm. They were definitely experts. Lin Feng, Shangguan Fei's pretty face turned slightly pale. She was very worried. The opponent's strength was indeed too strong. Shangguan Fei and Lin Feng hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Now, she didn't know much about Lin Feng's cultivation. Don't worry, don't be afraid. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Kid die. The two guards had a sinister smile on their faces. One from the left and one from the right, they rushed towards Lin Feng, waving their fists towards Lin Feng. That kid is finished, many onlookers exclaimed. Two experts at the 10th level martial master realm dealing with a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Wasn't this a simple matter? In many people's opinion, one person was enough to deal with Lin Feng. If the two of them were to attack together, it would be a bit of a waste of talent. However, in the face of their attacks, Lin Feng didn't even get up. Is that kid scared silly? He's not moving at all. Some people shook their heads and looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of pity. They guessed that Lin Feng was probably regretting offending Long Yuxiao right now. But obviously, there was no medicine for regret. Just as the two 10th Celestial Stage Martial Masters were about to land a punch on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped the table. The tea in the cup was shaken out. Lin Feng flicked his finger lightly. 2 drops of tea flew out like 2 sharp swords. Puff! Puff! The sound of 2 bodies being pierced through could be heard. Everyone saw that the 2 cultivators who attacked Lin Feng had their chests pierced through. 2 drops of water. It was as if they had transformed into 2 swords. Ah! An incomparably mournful scream rang out. The 2 guards flew backwards and fell to the ground. They twitched violently a few times before becoming motionless. It was unknown if they were dead or unconscious. So powerful? The surrounding people were all shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old youth had actually defeated 2 experts of the 10th layer of the martial master realm so easily. It was truly unbelievable. All of you attack. Seeing his 2 subordinates being defeated, Long Yuxiao's face became even gloomier. He coldly shouted, and the rest of the people immediately pounced towards Lin Feng. You don't know life from death. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stood up. Boom! Following that, an extremely terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. That aura, with Lin Feng as the center, spread out in all directions. Heavens, so terrifying! The cultivators who were watching the show felt the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, and their faces turned pale. That terrifying aura was not targeted at them. However, it was still unbearable for them. Just how powerful is he? How can he emit such a terrifying aura? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng walked towards Long Yuxiao step by step. When Long Yuxiao's guards were enveloped by the powerful aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, all of them trembled. They were shocked to find that they could not take another step forward. Facing Lin Feng, who was walking towards them step by step, it was as if they were facing a demon god. That feeling made their souls tremble. When Lin Feng came closer, these people could no longer withstand the powerful aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. Thump! 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 One by one, the guards were suppressed and forced to kneel on the ground. Crack! Crack! Following that, the crowd all heard the sound of bones cracking, rising, and falling in succession. The bones of Long Yuxiao's guards, who were enveloped by Lin Feng's aura, were crushed by the aura condensed from Lin Feng's body. That was force. It was also known as momentum. Top experts did not even need to make a move. Just by condensing their force, they could kill countless people. Now, Lin Feng had condensed his force. It was not something that these people who had not even reached the martial general realm could contend against. One by one, the guards collapsed to the ground. It was unknown how many of their bones had been crushed by Lin Feng's force. Too savage. It was simply too cruel. Who is that young man? He's so terrifying. The onlookers cried out in shock. Bang! Lin Feng took another step forward. Jin Wuzhong was sent flying as if he had been struck by lightning. Crack! Crack! In midair, he was unable to withstand the force condensed from Lin Feng's body. Bones in his body broke one after another. Jin Wuzhong let out an incomparably mournful scream. He looked at Lin Feng with fear written all over his face. He was really scared. Lin Feng's ice-cold eyes made hin shiver from head to toe. Jin Wuzhong was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke this killing god? You. What are you doing? I am the son of Lord Taishan. I am a member of the royal family. If you dare to touch me, I will have your entire family executed. Long Yuxiao was so scared that he kept retreating. However, when he thought of his identity, he calmed down and threatened loudly. Kneel! Lin Feng shouted coldly. Wah! Long Yuxiao spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been hit in the chest by a giant hammer. Then, with a plop, he knelt in front of Lin Feng. Ah! How dare you humiliate me like this? You're courting death. You're courting death. Long Yuxiao roared angrily. He was the third son of Lord Taishan and a member of the royal family. How dare someone make him kneel? For Long Yuxiao, this was an absolute humiliation. How dare you be so arrogant? Lin Feng sneered. He raised his hand and was about to slap him. Chapter 322. Swish! Everyone's gaze turned to the direction of the stairs. It was a handsome young man in white, about 27 or 28 years old. This was an expert. From time to time, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the young man, his eyebrows slightly raised. Who is this person? Looks like he's going to intervene in this matter. Many people were pointing at the young man, discussing animatedly. Things were getting more and more interesting. Many people were incomparably excited. Zhang Yunlong, the young man said proudly. Zhang Yunlong? He's Zhang Yunlong? One of the true martial country's royal guards, 5 great experts. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. The so-called royal guards were the soldiers that protected the true martial country's royal palace. To protect the country's ruler, the cultivation of these royal guards was naturally high. As for Zhang Yunlong, as one of the royal guard's 5 great experts, naturally his strength was also exceptionally tyrannical. Never heard of him. Lin Feng shrugged. Zhang Yunlong's complacent expression turned gloomy when he heard Lin Feng's words. He thought that Lin Feng was purposely saying this to make him lose face. In fact, Lin Feng had never heard of this Zhang Yunlong. Normally, Lin Feng would be cultivating. Even if he wasn't cultivating, he would spend his time studying alchemy and formations. If he wasn't in the Azure Dragon Institute, he would be out adventuring, such as going to the Flaming Dragon Ridge to search for the second martial talisman. How could he have the time to learn about random things? Zhang Yunlong narrowed his eyes and said, Do you know who the person kneeling in front of you is? Zhang Yunlong's voice was long and deep, a clear indication of his powerful cultivation. His breath was suppressed in his dantian. Thus he was able to speak like this. This required a high cultivation to be able to do so. Lin Feng guessed that this Zhang Yunlong was definitely a martial general expert. Lin Feng said indifferently, I don't care who he is. Since he dared to provoke me, he should be prepared to pay a heavy price. Lin Feng's words were incomparably domineering. Many people were shocked, secretly guessing Lin Feng's identity. Zhang Yunlong said with a gloomy expression, This person is the third son of the Supreme Mystery King, a relative of the royal family. Lin Feng's lips curled up. Naturally, he knew of Long Yuxiao's identity. Just now, Long Yuxiao had also introduced himself. But he didn't care. Azure Dragon, the true martial country, couldn't care less. Although Long Yuxiao's to come out of the imperial family's royal guards, the imperial family's royal family, the imperial family's geniuses. In the future, the Azure Dragon Institute's geniuses would leave the Azure Dragon Institute and join an ancient force, becoming a peerless expert. In the future, when the true martial country encountered a problem they couldn't solve, the imperial family could rely on the fact that they were from the same country to plead with the other party for help or seek their protection. As for a member of the royal family who only knew how to commit crimes, what could they bring to the empire? Are you done talking? If you're done, go to the side and don't disturb this young master's business. Pfft. Many people burst out laughing. Obviously, that young man didn't care about Long Yuxiao's identity. He even mocked Zhang Yunlong. Brat, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhang Yunlong was humiliated, and his face became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhang Yunlong and said, "Who do you think you are? Scram, or I'll take care of you as well." The entire restaurant instantly fell silent. No one expected Lin Feng to berate Zhang Yunlong like this. He didn't put Zhang Yunlong in his eyes at all. Zhang Yunlong was one of the 5 great experts of the royal guards. This was a revered general-level powerhouse. This brat dared to be so rude to Zhang Yunlong? Did he not know how terrifying Zhang Yunlong was? That was simply courting death. Although Lin Feng's strength was shocking, Lin Feng was only 17 or 18 years old. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Zhang Yunlong, who had been famous for a long time? Obviously, no one thought highly of Lin Feng. Good. Zhang Yunlong was so angry that he laughed. Brat, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I'd like to see if you have the qualifications. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yunlong rushed down the stairs. Lin Feng looked coldly at Zhang Yunlong. It's none of your business, but you insisted on interfering. I told you to scram. You didn't scram. You're really an idiot. Since that's the case, kneel in front of me like Long Yuxiao and kowtow to admit your mistakes. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he stepped towards Zhang Yunlong. Domineering. How domineering. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. Facing an expert like Zhang Yunlong, he was still so confident. Could it be that he really had the strength to defeat Zhang Yunlong? Brat, you're courting death. Zhang Yunlong roared angrily and directly used the mad dragon fist technique. He continuously punched out 36 times. Roar! Behind Zhang Yunlong, a giant dragon of true qi was vaguely condensing. That gigantic dragon, made of pure qi, was roaring and moving towards Lin Feng with murderous intent. Martial General Realm 4th, Heavenly Layer, 125 dragons of strength. The moment Zhang Yunlong made his move, Lin Feng more or less understood Zhang Yunlong's strength. This Zhang Yunlong was indeed very strong. However, facing Lin Feng, he was still lacking by a large margin, whether it was in terms of strength, or in terms of secret techniques, or in terms of physical body. There was no way he could compare to Lin Feng. Facing Zhang Yunlong's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the great heaven-covering hand. Bam! The true Qi dragon that Zhang Yunlong had condensed was directly dispersed. Following that, Lin Feng and Zhang Yunlong collided. One move, just one move. Zhang Yunlong could not hold on any longer. With a wah sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The arm that collided with Lin Feng was directly broken. Lin Feng's palm then landed on Zhang Yunlong's body. With a plop, Zhang Yunlong and Long Yuxiao knelt side by side in front of Lin Feng. Heavens, how is this possible? Am I seeing things? I heard that Zhang Yunlong's cultivation is at the 4th heavenly layer of the martial general realm. How could he be defeated in one move? Who is that youth? He beat Zhang Yunlong to the point of vomiting blood in one move. Too powerful, really too powerful. They're not on the same level at all. Long Yuxiao has provoked someone he can't afford to provoke this time. Chapter 3:23. Shang Guanfei also couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She knew that Lin Feng's talent was amazing, but she absolutely couldn't believe that Lin Feng could defeat a 4th heavenly layer martial general in one move in just over a year. How terrifying was Lin Feng now, thinking that Lin Feng was her man. Shang Guanfei's beautiful face suddenly revealed a charming smile. Roar! Roar! Zhang Yunlong, who was kneeling on the ground, let out a beast-like roar from his throat. His eyes were full of resentment as he looked at Lin Feng. He was Zhang Yunlong, one of the 5 masters of the imperial army. He was one of the 5 most promising candidates to take over the position of commander of the imperial army in the future. But now he was defeated in one move. Moreover, he was kneeling on the ground. Zhang Yunlong knew that his future was over. How could the empire let a person like him, who was kneeling in front of others, take over the position of commander of the imperial army? It was all because of this person in front of him. It was he who destroyed his future. If looks could kill, Lin Feng had already been cut to pieces by Zhang Yunlong's resentful gaze. You think you are strong enough to bully me? So you insist on meddling in this matter. But let me tell you, there are many people you can't afford to offend. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yunlong indifferently. This person was obviously jackals of the same tribe as Long Yuxiao. Lin Feng heard that the Supreme Xian King was a supporter of the 8th Prince, and Zhang Yunlong was helping Long Yuxiao, so he was basically sure that this person was also one of the 8th Prince's people. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of this 8th Prince. With this person's support, the Blood Dragon Gang broke the law in the Azure Dragon Institute. It made the heavens angry and people resentful. Lin Feng even suspected that the 8th Prince was related to the Devil Path, because the friendship between Limosin and the 8th Prince was very deep. This Limosin was a Devil Path spy hidden in the Azure Dragon Institute. Over the years, the 8th Prince's authority had been increasing day by day. Several times it was because the demonic Dao forces had caused chaos in the Zhanwu country. The 8th Prince had contributed to quelling the chaos, so he had been conferred a title. Lin Feng suspected that the 8th Prince had colluded with a Devil Path expert, disregarding the lives of countless civilians and conniving with the Devil Path expert to indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Then, when the 8th Prince went to quell the rebellion, it was actually a play with the Devil Path expert, and in the end it was a great merit. Although he was not very interested in the affairs of the royal family of the Zhanwu country, he was not very interested in them. But Lin Feng didn't really like the 8th Prince. Moreover, Lin Feng had a bad relationship with the Blood Dragon Gang. It was obvious that he had already broken off his relationship with the 8th Prince. Although Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the 8th Prince, the 8th Prince didn't necessarily think the same way. Perhaps he already regarded Lin Feng as an enemy. Brat, you better let me go now. Otherwise, I'll make you pay in blood. Zhang Yunlong's eyes were fierce. At the side, Long Yuxiao also roared with hatred. Let me go, or I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. A cold killing intent appeared on Lin Feng's face. You still dare to be so arrogant after falling into my hands. You really don't know what's good for you. I'd like to see if you have a tough mouth or a tough bone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and gently slashed. Swish, 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 sword qi condensed from Zhen qi shot out, directly slashing towards Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong. Pooh, pooh, pooh. One after another, the sound of tearing could be heard. Lin Feng unleashed his sword qi, leaving wounds on Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong's bodies. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of wounds appeared on their bodies. It was as if they were being dismembered. Ah! Both of them let out shrill cries of agony. Spare me! Spare me! Long Yuxiao couldn't hold on any longer and loudly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Stop! Quickly stop! Soon, Zhang Yunlong couldn't hold on any longer and kept screaming. However, Lin Feng didn't stop at all. Long Yuxiao actually dared to covet his woman, Shangguan Fei. He deserved to die. Zhang Yunlong was arrogant and ruthless. He was helping the tyrant. He deserved to die. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sound of tearing could be heard continuously. The flesh on Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong's bodies were being cut off piece by piece. Many people felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. Is Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong really going to be dismembered? Heavens, this Long Yuxiao is usually arrogant and despotic, but he's really kicked an iron plate today. He didn't expect that young master to be so powerful, right? Furthermore, this guy actually wants to lay his hands on that young master's woman. It's obvious that he's completely infuriated that young master. Many people in the surroundings were discussing. Looking at the bloody scene in front of them, they were all very excited. Long Yuxiao was originally a spoiled brat who hated people's hearts. Seeing his miserable state, many people were gloating over his misfortune. Stop! Right at that moment, a cold voice rang out. A woman had come down from upstairs without anyone noticing. She looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Who are you?" "My master," the veiled woman said coldly. "It's Lu Mengyan. This Lu Mengyan isn't simple. I heard that her identity is very mysterious. Every day, many officials and nobles come here. If Lu Mengyan is just a restaurant owner, how could she be on good terms with so many officials and nobles? Rumor has it that Lu Mengyan is the 8th prince's woman. Outside, she's helping the 8th prince win over some strong cultivators or important officials. Ah, there's such a thing? Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. What's the matter? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Lu Mengyan's expression immediately became unsightly. He was causing trouble. Yet he still dared to ask her, the owner, if there was something wrong? Lu Mengyan calmed the flames of anger in her heart and said, "Can you give me some face and let this matter go?" "Hee, why should I give you face? Who do you think you are?" Lin Feng sneered. "What did you say?" Lu Mengyan's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Feng looked at Lu Mengyan disdainfully and said, "When Long Yuxiao attacked me with his many people, where were you? Where were you when Zhang Yinlong attacked me just because he had a higher cultivation? Are you trying to tell me that you didn't know about this matter? Now that these 2 people have fallen into my hands, you come here and ask me to stop? You want me to give you face? Why should I give you face?" Lu Mengyan said coldly, "I have the final say here. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, it'll be very difficult for you to leave today." "Is that so?" Lin Feng sneered. 12 eagle guards. Lu Mengyan shouted coldly. Swish! 12 men in black silently appeared on the 2nd floor. Their faces were covered, and they had short blades in their hands. Their eyes were cold, and they didn't have any emotions. They looked like killing machines. Death warriors. Many people cried out in alarm. Death warriors were a type of cultivators who were absolutely loyal and powerful, cultivated by some forces. They would do anything for their master, even if it meant death. Chapter 324. The 12 death warriors released a cold aura and locked onto Lin Feng. Lu Ziyan was looking at Lin Feng with an ice-cold expression which was filled with disdain. These 12 death warriors, they were the top experts under the 8th prince's command. 12 martial general level powerhouses. The 8th prince had sent them to protect Lu Ziyan, because this was the place where the 8th prince secretly met with various experts and important officials outside of the palace. Moreover, this place was famous in the imperial capital. Every day, the people who came to eat here were all high officials and nobles. As for Lu Ziyan, she was the woman who helped the 8th prince win over these people. Both of them were very important to the 8th prince. Therefore, the 8th prince had sent all of his personal 12 death warriors here. Now, in order to deter Lin Feng, Lu Ziyan had used the 12 death warriors. "No, we can't let him leave. I want him to die. I want him to die." Long Yuxiao roared with resentment. "Kill him! Cut him into pieces!" Zhang Yunlong also screamed with resentment. These 2 people had been scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. They had been dismembered by Lin Feng. They had almost been scared to death. But now that Lu Ziyan had made her move, Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong were confident again. They were regular customers and had discussed with each other before coming here. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the 12 death warriors were. Now, Lu Ziyan had used the 12 death warriors. In Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong's opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lu Ziyan's eyes flashed with killing intent, but she immediately restrained it. She naturally knew that Lin Feng was not a simple person. Therefore, she did not dare to kill him. Didn't you hear me? If you scram now, you can still live. If you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you won't be able to walk out of here today. Lu Ziyan's cold voice sounded again. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What a joke! You want to rely on a group of cats and dogs to deal with me? Leave here? Good. Before I leave, I will cripple these two people and then tear down your shop." With that, Lin Feng swept his right hand. Bang, Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong were swept away. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out one after another. It was unknown how many of the bones in these two people's bodies were broken. They fell to the ground, and before they could even scream, they had already fainted. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was Black Dragon's sword. What kind of lousy store is this? I'll tear it down today. Lin Feng sneered and slashed at a pillar with his sword. Puff! The pillar broke. Rumble! Without the support of a pillar, the building began to shake as if it was about to collapse. Damn, that young master is really too savage. Moreover, he's extremely daring. He actually dared to tear it down. Yeah, he's too daring. I heard that the person behind this is the 8th prince. The 8th prince is the most likely one to become the crown prince among the 20 princes. Offending the 8th prince is really not a wise choice. I don't think so. Think about it. That young master had a look of disdain on his face when he found out about Long Yuxiao's identity. Even though he said he would destroy it, he still destroyed it. It is very likely that he also knows about Long Yuxiao's background. Yet he still insisted on destroying it. It means that young master doesn't care about the 8th prince's threat at all. That's right, that's it. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Seeing that the 4th floor had begun to shake, they hurriedly ran outside. Some people directly jumped out of the window. Kill him! Kill him for me! Seeing that the 4th floor was about to collapse, Lu Ziyan immediately screamed in anger. It had a special status. In the eyes of the officials and nobles of the imperial capital, it represented the 8th prince. It represented the 8th prince's prestige. If it was torn down, it would not be as simple as just embarrassing the 8th prince. Lu Ziyan was about to go crazy. Swoosh! After receiving the order, the 12 death warriors all moved out and jumped down from the 4th floor. The short swords in their hands were shining with an incomparably cold light. Fei! Go out and wait for me. Today, these people made you suffer. I will peel off 3 layers of their skin. Lin Feng smiled at Shangguan Fei. Seeing that Lin Feng was surrounded by 12 death warriors, Shangguan Fei was shocked. Shangguan Fei was both shocked and delighted. She was shocked because of Lin Feng's strength. She was happy that Lin Feng didn't hesitate to destroy the special place in the eyes of the nobles of the imperial capital. Be careful, Shangguan Fei reminded him and rushed out like many other people. Buzz, the 12 death warriors attacked together. Terrifying sword lights condensed and shot towards Lin Feng. 12 death warriors. I don't know if that young master can block them. Although he looks very confident, it's not easy to fight against 12 of them. That's right. The difference in numbers is too great. As long as one of the death warriors breaks through the defense, it's almost certain death. Some people were discussing. Some people shook their heads slightly. They felt that Lin Feng was facing 12 death warriors at the martial general level. There was almost no chance of winning. Facing the attack of the 12 death warriors, Lin Feng made his move. He slashed out with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanging sounds were heard. Lin Feng waved his sword to block the attacks of the 12 death warriors. Use your strongest move and kill him. Lu Ziyan screamed in anger. The 12 death warriors attacked with all their strength. Evil Dragon Slash. The 12 death warriors raised their short swords and slashed out. Asterisk roar. Asterisk, a loud dragon roar was heard. 12 rays of sword energy rushed out. The 12 rays of sword energy turned into 12 fierce, evil dragons that pounced towards Lin Feng. What a terrifying evil dragon slash! Feeling the power of this sword technique, many people's faces turned pale. Although they were far away, they were still suppressed by the aura of the evil dragons. They almost couldn't breathe. Boom! At that moment, Lin Feng made his move. Lin Feng was holding a long sword. Blade Qi turned into an evil dragon and crashed onto Lin Feng's body. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. The evil dragons were like clay oxen entering the sea. They were all swallowed by Lin Feng's body. Oh my God, what's going on? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. That was the strongest attack of the 12 martial general level death warriors. They attacked the young man, but he was unscathed. What about the attacks? These people naturally didn't know that all the attacks were swallowed by Lin Feng's devouring martial soul. Lin Feng rushed into the death warriors and stabbed with his sword. Buffed! There was a tearing sound. The first death warrior's neck was pierced by Lin Feng's sword. When Lin Feng pulled his sword out, the first death warrior fell to the ground and died. Swoosh! Lin Feng took another step forward. His speed was too fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the second death warrior and pierced his chest with his sword. Lin Feng then walked toward the third death warrior. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of flesh tearing rang out one after another. Everyone was shocked to see what was happening. Lin Feng took a step forwards and killed one of the men of sacrifice. Those were martial general level death warriors. They weren't Tom, Dick, or Harry. Lin Feng killed a death warrior with every step he took. 12 steps. 12 martial general level death warriors. They were all killed by Lin Feng. You. Lu Zian looked at Lin Feng in horror. She was so scared that her body was trembling. Whoosh! Lin Feng was sent flying. His golden wings spread open. He floated in the air and made a series of hand seals. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth. 100-meter tall Cheong Qi was formed. Its ferocious aura spread out. Countless people looked at the terrifying beast in horror. They were so scared that they trembled. The Cheong Qi waved its huge claws and slammed them. Boom! The ground began to collapse. Chapter 325. They looked in the same direction, especially those who had power and influence. Their hearts were incomparably shocked. They had fallen. Someone had dared to humiliate the 8th prince in the imperial capital. Many people couldn't believe it. Is the imperial capital going to change? Murmured many influential people in the imperial capital. Boom! Amidst the ruins, a shocking aura spread out. Then, a beam of light broke through the ruins. It was a man in a black robe. He brought Lu Zian out. Mr. Yin, kill him. Lu Zian's hair was messy. Compared to the high and mighty Lu Zian before, she was like a completely different person. The man who Lu Zian called Mr. Yin nodded and said, "He destroyed His Highness. He deserves to die." He put Lu Zian down. "Quick, go and save him." Lu Zian ordered with a gloomy expression. Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong were still buried in the ruins. So what if the rest of them died? But those two people weren't simple. They couldn't die here. Yin Xianfeng looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Who are you? How dare you destroy it?" "So what if it is destroyed?" said Lin Feng coldly. "Destroy it. Only death awaits," said Yin Xianfeng, smiling coldly. "Is that Yin Xianfeng?" It's said that he's the 8th prince's strongest cultivator. He's mysterious. 5 years ago, he came to the 8th prince's side to help him. Since then, the 8th prince has been on a meteoric rise. Indeed, that's Yin Xianfeng. His strength is unfathomable. That young man won't be able to defeat Yin Xianfeng. That's hard to say. That young man is extremely strong. Many people were pointing at him. Boom! Yin Xianfeng took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward, and in a flash, there was a rumbling sound in the air. Many people's hearts were pounding rapidly. They felt a sharp pain in their chests. Everybody was looking at Yin Xianfeng in the sky. It had to be him. They didn't know what kind of secret technique it was. Lin Feng also felt that his heart was pounding very fast. It was accompanied by a sharp pain. Yin Xuanfeng's technique was really strange. With a sneer on his face, Yin Xianfeng rushed towards Lin Feng and launched a palm attack at Lin Feng. Humph! Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly as he conjured the Sky Tyrant Thunder art. The power of thunder coiled around him as a ball of thunder formed in his palm. Just as the two of them were about to collide, a cold shout rang out. Stop! Lin Feng and Yin Xianfeng were shocked when they heard this voice. Deng, 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 deng. The two of them were forced to retreat again and again. The attacks that they had condensed were all scattered. What a powerful skill! Lin Feng looked over and saw an old man in battle armor approaching from afar. It's the commander of the Imperial Guards. Many people cried out in alarm. Grand Commander Sun Guangxiao, the #1 expert of the Imperial Army, a martial king expert. Who are you? Causing trouble here? Sun Guangxiao said coldly. 8th Prince's Mansion. Mysterious Yin Wind. Yin Xuanfeng's gloomy voice rang out. Azure Dragon Institutes. Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're Lin Feng? Yin Xuanfeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Yin Xianfeng wanted to kill him after knowing his identity? This made Lin Feng suspicious. This matter was definitely not simple. Azure Dragon Institute's people can cause trouble in the imperial capital? Sun Guangxiao said expressionlessly. Lord Sun, this matter cannot be tolerated. This person must be severely punished. Moreover, he seriously injured Lord Taishuan's 3rd son Long Yuxiao and the Imperial Army's Captain Zhang Yunlong. Lu Ziyan said, Oh, this is indeed a troublesome matter. Azure Dragon Institute, right? I will personally go to the Azure Dragon Institute to ask for an explanation. Disperse, Sun Guangxiao said. Lin Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Sun Guangxiao obviously did not want to pursue this matter. He could not control the Azure Dragon Institute students. As for personally going to the Azure Dragon Institute and asking for an explanation, just take it as listening. Lu Ziyan's expression was extremely gloomy. She was extremely dissatisfied with Sun Guangxiao's way of handling this matter, but she did not dare to say anything. Yin Xuanfeng's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng and said, Brat, you're lucky today, but your luck will not last forever. You better pray that you don't see me again, because the next time you see me, you will kneel on the ground and beg me to forgive you. Lin Feng sneered. I'll wait and see who will be the one kneeling on the ground. Humph. Yin Xianfeng looked coldly at Lin Feng and left with Lu Ziyan. They returned to the 8th Prince's residence. Bang! Just as they arrived at the hall, they heard the sound of something being smashed. The two stood outside the hall and did not directly enter. After the hall calmed down, they heard a sharp voice. Come in. Yes. Yin Xianfeng and Lu Ziyan walked in. In the hall stood a young man wearing a 4-clawed golden dragon robe. He was thin and had a gloomy look in his eyes. This person was the 8th Prince, Long Haori. Your Highness, we have failed in our duties. Yin Xianfeng and Lu Ziyan lowered their heads. Lin Feng, it's this Lin Feng again. Originally, they wanted to rely on the Beastman Empire to attack the Zhenwu country, but now they had to rely on Huang Tianfeng. Huang Tianfeng, old Marshal Huang, he had millions of soldiers in his hands. Moreover, he was not a supporter of the 8th Prince, so he was regarded as a thorn in the 8th Prince's side. With the help of a demonic expert, they wanted to use this battle to move to Huang Tianfeng, but Lin Feng had ruined it. This 8th Prince, Long Haori, hated Lin Feng to the bone. Now Lin Feng was ruined. Even my senior brother was killed by this brat. This brat's cultivation is really not to be underestimated. Yin Xianfeng said with a gloomy face. Yin Xianfeng was sent by the Soul Devourer Temple to the 8th Prince's side. His senior brother was the blood-robed, beast tamer Lin Feng had killed. "This brat must die," the 8th Prince Long Haori said in exasperation. "Your Highness, I will contact the experts of the Soul Devourer Temple right now. They will definitely turn this brat into ashes," Yin Xianfeng said gloomily. "Good. However, we have to do it without leaving any traces behind, making it impossible for others to realize that we are the culprits. This child is a member of the Azure Dragon Institute, and if the Azure Dragon Institute finds out that we are the culprits, this matter will be extremely troublesome, and even this prince will be implicated." The 8th Prince Long Haori said, "Your Highness, don't worry. Our Soul Devourer Temple always acts appropriately. When this brat goes out, we will kill him and destroy his corpse." Chapter 326. Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei were walking hand in hand on the main street. Around them, many people were looking at this golden couple with envy. The two of them did not speak, as if enjoying the silent atmosphere. As they neared the Shangguan family, Shangguan Fei muttered, "I'm almost there." The Shangguan family was not a simple family. The Mercenary Association was an organization that spread throughout the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent, just like the auction house. Behind the auction house stood the ancient Jiang family, which had sealed the gods on the immemorial Vermilion bird platform. Naturally, behind the Mercenary Association, there was also an ancient power. It was said that it was an immortal legacy from the ancient times. Shangguan Fei, great-grandfather, was said to have been a servant of the family for 30 years. When he was 40 years old, he returned to the Jianwu country and established a branch of the Mercenary Association. Within the Jianwu country, there were more than 10 branches of the Mercenary Association. The Mercenary Association in the small town where Shangguan Fei was from was also one of the branches. Every year, the Mercenary Association would earn a huge amount of wealth and contribute it. As for the Shangguan family, it had been 700 or 800 years since the great-grandfather's inheritance. The current family head was Shangguan Fei's father. At the same time, Shangguan Fei's father was also the head of the Mercenary Association in the Jianwu country. In the vast world of mercenary associations, the president of the Mercenary Association in a secular country like the Jianwu country naturally couldn't be compared to the president of the Mercenary Association in those big empires and ancient cities. However, in the Jianwu country, the president of the Mercenary Association was someone who could make the earth tremble with a stomp of his feet. "When you go back, send my regards to Auntie," Lin Feng said with a smile. Shangguan Fei blushed slightly. Her mother still did not know that she had a man, and she would definitely be embarrassed to tell her about it. "Go, go, go." Right at that moment, a horse carriage came from afar. There were 2 people in the carriage. They were 2 young masters, one of them looking about 17 or 18 years old, about the same age as Lin Feng. The other looked about 25 or 26 years old. The young master about the same age as Lin Feng was called Shangguan Li and was Shangguan Fei's half-brother. As for the 25 or 26-year-old young master, he was called Xin Yang and was the eldest son of the guild master of the Heavenly Dragon Merchant Guild. This person was Xin Ziqing's elder brother. Unlike Shen Ziqing, who was just an idiot, as the son of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce's president, Xin Yang had already begun to deal with the family's business. Moreover, he had done an excellent job and was trusted by his father. In the future, this person would most likely take over the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Shangguan Li smiled and said, "Bro Xin, don't worry. This time, I will definitely help you and Shangguan Fei get married. That slut, she actually wants to fight with Big Brother for the right to inherit the family, and she even has those old fogies supporting her. What a joke!" Due to the fact that Shangguan Fei's mother was only a servant girl of low status, Shangguan Li looked down on Shangguan Fei, and his words were filled with disrespect. Ahem. Xin Yang coughed. Shangguan Li knew that he had misspoken, so he said, "Brother Xin, I'm a straightforward person. Please don't take offense. Shen Yang smiled and said, "Haha, of course I won't blame little brother Shangguan. It's just that I don't know if this marriage will succeed. She is the daughter of a lowly servant. Being able to marry Brother Shin as a concubine is already a blessing from her previous life. What's there to be unwilling about? Furthermore, the decision isn't even in her hands," Shangguan Li said. Shen Yang smiled and nodded. At this time, they had arrived outside the Shangguan family mansion. Alighting from the carriage, they were about to enter when suddenly they saw Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei are walking towards them. "I'm here," Shangguan Fei said reluctantly. Lin Feng rubbed Shangguan Fei's face and kissed her forehead. Smiling, he said, "Go back and rest well. After a while, I'll come visit Auntie." Shangguan Fei was surprised and happy, but also a little nervous. After all, this was the first time Lin Feng had visited her, and she wondered if her mother would like Lin Feng. Thinking about how outstanding her man was, her mother would definitely like him, right? Seeing Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei are so close, Shen Yang's fists clenched tightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That slut. She actually dares to flirt outside. As expected of a lowly servant girl, I'll go teach her a lesson. Seeing Shen Yang's ugly expression, Shangguan Li said darkly. Shen Yang said, "Little brother Shangguan, you don't need to do anything. I'll handle it." Shangguan Li hesitated for a moment before nodding. He said, "Such a slut, after marrying her home. I'll deal with her properly. She'd be the best." Gigi. Shen Yang, on the other hand, let out a sinister smile. After parting ways with Shangguan Fei, Lin Feng headed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. As he passed by an intersection, more than a dozen people blocked Lin Feng's path. The leader was Shen Yang. "Brat, stop," one of Shen Yang's guards said coldly. Lin Feng looked at them indifferently, saying, "Who are you people? What business do you have stopping me for?" Shen Yuyang's gloomy eyes looked at Lin Feng, saying, "In the future, stay away from Shangguan Fei. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear." Lin Feng blanked for a second, then sneered. "Shangguan Fei is my woman. You want to touch her? Scram, don't let me see you again, and don't bother Fei. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't be a man for the rest of your life." "Brat, what did you say?" Shen Yuyang's face darkened. He had never imagined that this brat would still be so arrogant after being surrounded by so many of them. He actually dared to threaten him. Shen Yuyang was so angry that he laughed. As the young president of the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Shen Yuyang was a lofty existence. It had always been him humiliating others. When had he ever been humiliated by others? Now he was being threatened by this brat. How could Shen Yang take this lying down? His gloomy voice sounded, "Do it! Cripple this brat for me. Let him know that there are some people he can't afford to offend." "Yes, young master." Whoosh! A cultivator beside Shen Yang immediately rushed out. This cultivator had a fierce face and a fierce expression. He was a first heavenly layer marshal general. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile. "Brat, who do you think you are? You even dared to offend our young master. You're simply courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful palm strike flew towards Lin Feng. "You don't know death, Scram." Facing this attack from the fierce-looking cultivator, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and the aura on his body instantly condensed. Lin Feng shouted loudly and suddenly stepped forward. The aura emitted from his body, fiercely exploding on the cultivator's body. Whoosh! The fierce-looking cultivator looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was sent flying by Lin Feng's powerful aura. Whoosh! In midair, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground and fainted. Chapter 327. Just by relying on his aura, he was able to injure a cultivator in the martial general realm. This cultivation level made Shen Yuyang's expression change slightly. Boom! Lin Feng continued to step forward. Shen Yuyang attacked him. Lin Feng had always been a domineering person. How could he bear it? No matter who you are or what your status is, if you dare to step on my foot, I will step on you 10 times. This was Lin Feng's character. Protect the young master, a leading cultivator shouted in a deep voice. More than a dozen cultivators surrounded Xinyang. The leading cultivator rushed towards Lin Feng. He brazenly punched. This person was an expert. His fist was like thunder, fierce and domineering. Bang! The cultivator and Lin Feng fiercely collided. Thump, thump, thump. Both of them could not help but take 3 steps back. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. This person was very strong. He felt that this person was very likely to be a 6th firmament martial general realm expert. This person also held back in the previous attack. Of course, Lin Feng also did not use his full strength. Shen Yang did not expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. His face was extremely gloomy. In his heart, a fire of jealousy burned fiercely. In this world where the strong were respected, Shen Yang naturally knew that only by possessing great strength could one call the wind and summon the rain. Take the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce, for example. They had enough money, but they still had to rely on others to survive. Every year, they had to pay tribute to those ancient families. This was because the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce was only a chamber of commerce. It was not an ancient force. Within the Chamber of Commerce, there were no top experts to oversee it. Xun Yuyang's cultivation talent was not very good. He was destined to be unable to become an expert. Seeing that Lin Feng was so strong at such a young age, his heart was filled with endless jealousy. Why? This kid's talent was so amazing, and his talent was mediocre. Thinking of this, Xinyang felt that the fire of jealousy in his chest was about to ignite him. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. He felt that this person was somewhat troublesome. It seemed that he would need to show his true abilities to deal with this person. I apologize on behalf of the young master for what happened today, the leader of the guards suddenly said. Shan Yang's face suddenly turned ugly. He did not expect that the guard commander would take the initiative to apologize. Shen Yang knew how powerful the guard commander was. Could it be that this brat's strength had reached such a level? Even the guard commander had to apologize. Don't do it again or else. A sharp killing intent emerged on Lin Feng's face. In the next second, he turned and walked in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute, disappearing into the crowd. Damn it! Damn it! Why are you apologizing to that brat? Even you aren't his match? Shen Yuyang roared angrily, his face twisted in anger. Originally, he had come to threaten Lin Feng and humiliate Lin Feng. But in the end, he was the one who was humiliated and had to swallow his anger. How could Shen Yang accept this? The guard commander said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Young master, this brat is not simple." Just now, the killing intent he exuded made me feel a chill run down my spine. If we really fought, I'm worried that we would really fall in his hands. So powerful? Shen Yang's face was extremely ugly. His jealousy of Lin Feng only grew. Yes, truly terrifying, the guard commander said. Shan Yang coldly said, "Could it be that you want this young master to swallow his anger? This young master wants to kill him to vent the hatred in my heart." The guard commander said, "Young master, killing people is not something we need to do ourselves." You're saying? Shan Yang looked at the guard commander. In the Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents, there is an assassin organization that is spread all over the continent called Nine Nether. This organization only accepts money. The remuneration is sufficient. Anyone dares to assassinate them. The guard commander said with a sinister smile, "That's great. This young master doesn't lack money, whether it's gold coins or spirit stones. No matter the price, as long as I can kill that brat, this young master won't even frown." Shan Yang said in a cold voice. He was jealous of Lin Feng's youth. apprehensive of Lin Feng's talent, jealous of Lin Feng's cultivation, and even more jealous of Lin Feng's relationship with Shangguan Fei'er. Therefore, Shen Yuyang's killing intent towards Lin Feng was triggered. Young master, just leave this matter to me. I guarantee young master will be satisfied, the guard commander said in a sinister voice. Lin Feng did not put Shen Yuyang's matter to heart. In the following days, Lin Feng was still cultivating, learning spiritual array techniques, refining medicine. As for the matter of him beating Long Yuxiao and Zhang Yunlong half to death, the banners and drums ceased. Just as Lin Feng expected, the true martial country couldn't interfere with the Azure Dragon Institute's matters. Since Long Yuxiao provoked Lin Feng, he could only admit defeat. Shangguan family. In one of the rooms, a handsome man dressed in white was drawing a picture of a mountain forest. In the forest, there was a tiger, lifelike and lifelike. With a loud roar, the herd of beasts trembled. Third brother, what do you think of this tiger's roaring forest painting? Shangguan Mo handed the painting he had just finished to Shangguan Li. Shangguan Li had no intention of appreciating the painting. Putting it aside, he said, Big brother, that cheap woman is back. Aren't you the least bit worried? Shangguan Mo said indifferently, Why would I be worried? Don't you admit that Shangguan Fei'er is naturally good at management? In the mercenary town's mercenary association, she did very well, gaining the recognition of many elders. Shangguan Li said, So what can a woman accomplish? Shangguan Mo said disdainfully, Can't accomplish anything? 3 years ago, when Big Brother was in charge of Wind Cloud City's mercenary association, he offended a big figure, causing the mercenary association to be destroyed. Our family suffered heavy casualties, and we had to pay a large sum of money to settle this matter. Since then, Father has been grooming Shangguan Fei'er, intending to replace Big Brother's position. Shangguan Li said indifferently. Shangguan Li's tone was indifferent, thinking of the matter from 3 years ago. Shangguan Mo's fists clenched tightly, his expression extremely gloomy. That year, he was also one of the top young masters in the Zhanwu country, but when he was out training, he got jealous of someone and led his men to beat up the other party, who knew that the other party was from an ancient family, and a powerhouse appeared to deal with them, destroying the mercenary association with a single palm strike. At that time, hundreds of people had died in the mercenary association, but Shangguan Mo managed to survive. After that matter, Shangguan Mo became the target of ridicule in the circle of nobles in the capital. More importantly, the upper echelons of the Shangguan family seemed to be very dissatisfied with Shangguan Mo, stripping him of many of his rights. Shangguan Li, that fellow, was full of evil ideas. Although he had some ability in coming up with bad ideas, it was impossible to groom him into a successor. As such, some of the upper echelons of the Shangguan family started to support Shangguan Fei'er. Shangguan Mo naturally knew that Shangguan Fei'er was the obstacle to him becoming the successor of the Shangguan family, and he said solemnly, What's the situation with Shen Yuyang? Missing for a few days. I don't know where he went. Shangguan Li pursed his lips. I heard that Shangguan Fei'er was very intimate with a man that day? Shangguan Mo said. Shangguan Li replied, Teach that little brat a lesson. Tell him to get lost. Without a man hanging around Shangguan Fei'er, Shen Yuyang's chances of success will be much higher. Once Shangguan Fei'er becomes Shen Yuyang's woman, I will have a way to get the old fellows in the family to betroth Shangguan Fei'er to Shen Yuyang. At that time, Shangguan Fei'er will lose her inheritance rights. Shangguan Mo smiled sinisterly. Shangguan Li nodded and said, Leave this matter to me. I can rest assured with you handling it. Shangguan Mo nodded. Chapter 328. Days passed by. The auction was getting closer and closer. During this time, many powerful existences had arrived in the capital. It was said that even the royal family was alarmed. However, the royal family was relieved when they found out that these experts were here to participate in the auction. Even the royal family couldn't afford to offend these people. Inside the drunken, immortal restaurant, Lin Feng, Long Xiu, Wang Kuan, Wu Ming, Zhang Pingfan, and the others were eating there. Long Xiu said, I heard that there's going to be an immemorial blood spirit pill in the auction. Last time, there was the immemorial body tempering liquid, and this time there's an immemorial blood spirit pill. I'm afraid that there's an extremely powerful alchemist hiding in the Jianwu country. Moreover, the auction house has already established a connection with that alchemist. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken out so many good things for auction. Long Xiu's information was quite well informed. Wu Ming said, No wonder so many powerful people have arrived in the capital recently. Walking on the streets, I can feel a terrifying aura at any time. I can't tell what level they are at. Wang Kuan said, It seems like they're from the top factions. Our Jianwu country is just a small secular country. It's rare for a big figure to arrive in a few years. Now, because of the auction, we've become the focus of attention. Xian Yuanzhan said, I wonder what kind of pill the immemorial blood spirit pill is. It actually attracted so many powerful people. Long Xiu said, I heard that if a cultivator below the yin-yang realm consumes the pill, their bloodline will increase by 3 times. If a cultivator at the yin-yang realm consumes it, it will increase their bloodline power by 2 times. How is that possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying pill in this world? Wu Ming and the others cried out in disbelief. They naturally knew that increasing one's bloodline by 2 times meant increasing one's bloodline by 3 times. What did that mean? It meant that one's strength and talent would increase greatly. If a cultivator who consumed a blood spirit pill could increase their battle power by 3 times, while a cultivator who didn't consume a blood spirit pill could only increase their battle power by 1 time. This was the difference between 2 realms. If there was such a huge difference between one realm, what would happen if one broke through dozens of realms? It was hard to imagine how big the gap would be in the future. Long Xiu smiled bitterly. Although it sounds unbelievable, it's true. The auction house wouldn't use fake pills to fool people. If the pills were fake, how many top powers would we offend? Everyone nodded and felt that it made sense. They couldn't help but feel a little envious. Obviously, it was a pill of that level. To them, this was an extravagant wish. Thump, 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 thump. At this time, a group of more than 10 people came to the 2nd floor. The person in the lead was none other than Shangguan Li. I've finally found you, kid. Shangguan Li sneered when he saw Lin Feng. He led a dozen people towards Lin Feng. Brat, come out. Shangguan Li pointed at Lin Feng and said arrogantly. This was like poking a hornet's nest. Long Xiu and the others were furious. Who is this grandson? How dare he speak to the sect master with such an arrogant attitude? Is he tired of living? Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating for Long Xiu and the others not to move. He looked at Shangguan Li and asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Shangguan Li. Hearing Shangguan Li introduce himself, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had heard of this Shangguan Li from Shangguan Fei before. He was Shangguan Fei Er's half-brother, but their relationship was terrible. Since when had Shangguan Li ever put Shangguan Fei in his eyes? He had humiliated Shangguan Fei many times, but Shangguan Fei had always tolerated him because of their sibling relationship. So you are Shangguan Li. Why are you looking for me? Lin Feng asked indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Shangguan Li, and seeing his attitude, he didn't have a good impression of him. Brat, I told you to come out, didn't you hear me? Get the hell out here. I have something to say to you. Shangguan Li said coldly, an arrogant expression on his face. Sect Master. Long Xiu and the others couldn't hold themselves back any longer. Lin Feng's position in their hearts was extremely high. Seeing Shangguan Li dare to be so impudent in front of Lin Feng, Long Xiu, Wang Kuan, Xian Yuanzhan, Wu Ming, and the others were infuriated. Don't beat him to death, just beat him half to death. Lin Feng said passively. All right, Hearing Lin Feng's orders, Long Xiu and the others leapt up, charging toward Shangguan Li, courting death. Teach them a lesson. Shangguan Li shouted coldly. He had brought more than a dozen experts with him. As for Lin Feng's side, there were only 7 of them. Lin Feng didn't even move from his seat. More than a dozen against 6? Wouldn't that be an easy matter? They're fighting, many people exclaimed. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, they gathered around to watch the show. Isn't that Shangguan Li? He's the 3rd prince of the Shangguan clan. Who are those young people? They're actually clashing with Shangguan Li. This is going to be troublesome. The people that Shangguan Li brought are all experts. Those young people are going to suffer. However, the onlookers were soon stunned to see 6 youths around the age of 18 or 19 fighting with more than a dozen guards around Shangguan Li. Those youths were simply too ferocious. In just a dozen rounds, more than a dozen experts brought by Shangguan Li were all knocked down. One by one, they fell to the ground and howled in grief. What the hell? What kind of people are they? The people that Shangguan Li brought with him, including a martial general, were also beaten half to death. Many people were dumbstruck. Shangguan Li was scared half to death. He turned around and wanted to run away, but Long Xiu grabbed him. Kneel! Long Xiu kicked Shangguan Li's leg. With a plop, Shangguan Li knelt on the ground. I'm the young master of the Shangguan clan. You dare to treat me like this? You won't have a good ending. Shangguan Li had never been treated like this before. His face was twisted in anger. Fuck, is the Shangguan clan that awesome? Isn't it just the leader of the mercenary association? Long Xiu sneered and slapped Shangguan Li's face. Pa! This slap landed heavily on Shangguan Li's face. In an instant, Shangguan Li's face swelled up. Shangguan Li spurted out a mouthful of blood from Long Xiu's slap. Mixed with the blood were several teeth. You're courting death. I'll make you pay. Shangguan Li roared with hatred. Reckless. Long Xiu wasn't the only one who attacked Shangguan Li. Wu Ming and the others also rushed up, punching and kicking Shangguan Li until he screamed in pain. Many people felt a chill run down their spines. Who were these people? How could they be so cruel? Even after knowing Shangguan Li's identity, they still beat him half to death. They're from the Azure Dragon Institute. Someone whispered. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder these young people were so powerful. They were actually from the Azure Dragon Institute. Just now, the martial general beside Shangguan Li was defeated in 3 moves by that purple-robed young master, referring to Wang Kuan. Such a young man, yet he was already a martial general? In the Azure Dragon Institute, he should be one of the top experts in the genius camp, right? All of a sudden, everyone's gazes fell on the handsome young man who had been watching everything with a cold expression. That young man seemed to be the core of this group of Azure Dragon Institute super geniuses. That purple-robed young noble was able to defeat a martial general realm master. Yet, he still followed that handsome young man's lead. How terrifying was that young man's cultivation? Thinking up to this point, many people paled, secretly guessing Lin Feng's strength. Chapter 329. Spare me. Spare me. I beg you. For the sake of my sister, please spare me. Shangguan Li, who had been beaten half to death, started begging loudly. Stop. Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes. Wang Kuan, Long Xiu, and the rest acknowledged his command and stopped. Many people thought to themselves, as expected, that handsome youth was the core of this group. Lin Feng stood up and walked to Shangguan Li's side, saying, I heard that you were disrespectful to Fei. When Shangguan Li sensed Lin Feng's ice-cold qi, he was scared to death. He hastily shook his head and said, No, absolutely not. I always respect you, sister. I respect you from the bottom of my heart. I never lie. Lin Feng glanced at Shangguan Li, saying, For Fei Er's sake, I'll spare you this time. However, you better behave yourself. If there is a next time, I won't spare you. You can scram now. Yes, I'll scram now. Shangguan Li scrambled out of the room. The group of guards also got up and ran out. The guard commander said, "Young master, should we go back and find some people to take revenge on them?" F***CK. It hurts so much. Shangguanli grimaced in pain, saying viciously, "Revenge your mother." These people are all from the Azure Dragon Institute, each more savage than the last. You couldn't even beat that guy in purple, and that guy is Shangguan Fei, man's follower. Who knows how terrifying that man is? Just a look from him, and I felt like I was suffocating. That person is too scary. Shangguan Li thought back to the time when he had met Lin Feng's gaze, and he still felt a lingering fear in his heart. Although that fellow's gaze was calm, even so he was still afraid. This fear came from the depths of his soul. "Then what should we do?" the guard commander asked. "Forget it. I'll just continue being a rich young master. I won't participate in this power struggle." Shangguan Li sighed. He seemed to have pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. 5 days later, the auction house informed Lin Feng that the 200+ herbs he needed had arrived. Lin Feng then went to the auction house. "I didn't let you down. I've collected all the herbs you need," Dong Feng said with a smile. "Thank you, senior. Please thank Miss Jiang for me." Lin Feng kept the elixirs and cupped his fists. Dong Feng smiled and nodded. After chatting with Lin Feng for a while, Lin Feng took his leave. Returning to his residence, Lin Feng began preparing to refine the small creation pill. In a few days, the auction would be held. He needed to successfully refine the small creation pill before the auction. The fire Qilin asked, "Have you gathered all the ingredients needed to refine the minor creation pill?" Lin Feng nodded and took out the ingredients. He said in surprise, "There are actually 2 portions. Jiang Yudi has put in a lot of effort." Jiang Yudi, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. When I was in the Middle Sacred Sky continent, I heard of her name. She's not simple, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng nodded. The ancient Jiang family was an ancient family that had conferred the title of ancient god to the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. Naturally, they were not simple people. There are 372 types of ingredients for the small creation pill. Have you prepared the rest? The fire Qilin asked. "I'm ready," Lin Feng said. "Yes, this is your first time fusing so many herbs. It won't be easy," the fire Qilin said. "My soul is strong enough," Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin nodded. It also felt that Lin Feng should be fine. During this time, Lin Feng's alchemy skills had been improving day by day. Lin Feng took out the cauldron that he had bought not long ago and placed it on the table. He then placed all the herbs he needed beside the cauldron. With a flick of his finger, the purple earth core fire jumped out and flew into the cauldron. Lin Feng skillfully placed the herbs into the cauldron. Under the tempering of the heavenly fire, the herbs all turned into spiritual liquid. There were a total of 372 types of herbs. Lin Feng had asked the auction house to help him find some herbs which were difficult to find. As for the more common ones, Lin Feng bought them himself. Time passed slowly. Inside the cauldron, there were already 370 balls of liquid. These were the spiritual liquids that Lin Feng had refined. He took a deep breath. Next, he had to refine the 2 most important herbs, the scarlet blood demon god and the scorching ghost grass. Lin Feng first threw the scarlet blood demon god into the cauldron. Under the tempering of the heavenly fire, the scarlet blood demon god began to be refined. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the scarlet blood demon god. This was an extremely terrifying sound wave attack. Ordinary alchemists would not be able to withstand this sound wave attack. It would cause their soul to suffer a backlash. This was the terrifying part of the scarlet blood demon god. This kind of herb contained its own devil spirit and could attack alchemists. However, this level of attack could not cause any harm to Lin Feng. Lin Feng easily resolved the scarlet blood demon god's devil spirit's attack. An hour later, the scarlet blood demon god, was also refined into spiritual liquid. The last one was the scorching ghost grass. When the scorching ghost grass was burned, an evil spirit pounced out from the scorching ghost grass. It was even more ferocious as it pounced towards Lin Feng. It instantly rushed into Lin Feng's mind to destroy his soul. Slash! Lin Feng used the soul sword and beheaded this evil spirit. For hours later, the scorching ghost grass had also completely melted into a pure spiritual liquid. Then it was time to fuse these spiritual liquids. One by one, the spiritual liquids were fused together according to the order. There must not be any mistakes in the order of the 372 types of spiritual liquids. Otherwise, these spiritual liquids would be destroyed. Alchemy was very strict on the details, and it could even be called a harsh matter. After all the spiritual liquids were fused, Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire to refine the impurities and liquefy them into embryonic pills. This process was very complicated. It was also a very strict test of one's soul power. Fusing 372 types of spiritual herbs at once to refine a pill was something that even a profound-level alchemist's soul couldn't reach. This was Lin Feng. Although he was only a martial general, his soul had reached the 5th layer of the yin-yang realm. It was almost equivalent to an earth-level alchemist's soul. After about 14 hours, Lin Feng refined the medicinal liquid into an embryonic pill. Next, he polished the embryonic pill into a perfect pill. 1 day later, the first minor creation pill was successfully refined. The quality is quite good. The Fire Qilin glanced at it and said, being praised by the Fire Qilin was not an easy matter, although this guy was usually a bit out of tune. However, when it came to alchemy, he was very serious. After putting away the first small nature pill, Lin Feng rested for a few seconds and then started concocting the second one. Chapter 330. During this time, Zhenwu Country's auction house had made a name for itself in Tianwu Continent's 3,000 provinces. Not long ago, they had auctioned off the immemorial body tempering liquid. This time, they were auctioning off the immemorial blood spirit pill. Many large factions had also been notified by the auction house that the immemorial blood spirit pill was an inheritance from the immemorial alchemy god. If a cultivator below the yin-yang realm consumed it, their bloodline power would increase by 3 times. If a cultivator below the yin-yang realm consumed it, their bloodline power would increase by 1 time. There was only one of it. This matter immediately caused an uproar among the various top forces. Bloodline. It was related to the level a cultivator could reach in the end. For example, those who had inherited the immemorial Divine Emperor's bloodline could easily reach the yin-yang realm. However, ordinary people had to put in a lot of effort. Even if they put in a lot of effort, their chances of becoming a yin-yang realm cultivator were extremely low. This was a bloodline. A bloodline was very important to a cultivator. The immemorial blood spirit pill passed down by the immemorial alchemy god could increase a yin-yang realm cultivator's bloodline. This caused a huge uproar. Countless strong cultivators came from all over. They came to participate in the auction for the immemorial blood spirit pill. It had to be said that this auction house really knew how to advertise. In front of the primordial blood spirit pill was the primordial blood spirit pill that had been passed down by the primordial alchemy god. It immediately attracted the attention of the entire 3,000 prefectures to the real martial kingdom's auction house. Rumble! A luxurious carriage quickly came from the distance. The imperial guards cleared the way. It's a member of the imperial family. Many people were watching. A tall and imposing middle-aged man got out of the carriage. The middle-aged man quickly entered the auction house. Many people were guessing the middle-aged man's identity. Strong cultivators came one after another and entered the auction house. Ancient aristocratic families, ancient sects. Strong cultivators from all these factions came. This auction for the immemorial blood spirit pill was a grand occasion. Many people from large factions came, and it was difficult to find a seat in the auction house. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the distance. 9 flood dragons pulled a carriage over. 9 dragons pulling a carriage. There from the Penglai divine emperor. Someone exclaimed, "The overlord of the East Sea, the Penglai divine emperor, had arrived." An old man with a sage-like demeanor came down from the carriage and entered the auction house. Not long after the experts from the ancient holy land of Penglai entered the auction house, a huge dragon flew over from afar. Heavens, look, it's a dragon night. Countless people looked at the sky in shock. That massive dragon was more than 300 meters long, and it was a western dragon. As it flapped its wings, gales swept out, and its dragons might spread out for 100,000 kilometers. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the dragon was a valiant man holding a war spear. Gu Yunyang of the Great Qin Empire. Someone cried out in surprise, recognizing the identity of this person. Great Qin Empire. It was one of the 4 ancient dynasties that had been passed down since the immemorial age. It was one of the most powerful forces in the 3,000 prefectures. Gu Yunyang was an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Great Qin Empire. He was only 25 years old, but he had already subdued a giant dragon and become a dragon knight. It was hard to imagine how terrifying his cultivation was. Many experts of the older generation might not be a match for him. Gu Tianyang entered the palace. Soon more experts arrived. It was an ancient bronze chariot, pulled by 9 ferocious beasts shrouded in black flames. The chariot crushed the sky. Black flame beasts. There from the Great Shang Empire. Someone cried out in surprise. The Great Shang Empire was also one of the 4 ancient dynasties of the Holy Sky continent. It had existed for even longer than the Great Qin Empire. A middle-aged man stepped out. He looked majestic and heroic, like an ancient god descending. Di Wu, it's him. He's the younger brother of the Great Shang Empire's human emperor. Someone recognized the identity of the person who came. It was too shocking. This was a king from the ancient empire. Boom! Another strong cultivator arrived. It was also a middle-aged man. He had flown over from afar and landed on the ground. He entered the auction house. Sun Moon City's city lord, Dugaba. Many people cried out in surprise. The Jianwu country was under the protection of Sun Moon City. Every year, the Jianwu country would pay tribute to Sun Moon City. The arrival of the strong cultivators from the ancient dynasties and holy lands didn't cause as much of a commotion as Dugaba's arrival. No matter how strong those groups were, they were outside of the divine prefecture of the East Province. They had nothing to do with the Jianwu country. Dugaba was the one who controlled the fate of the Jianwu country. Even Dugaba is here. It's so lively. It looks like the immemorial blood spirit pill will be sold for a sky-high price. Countless people were talking about it. However, it wasn't easy to enter the auction house. There were too many experts from various major forces. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter the auction house. They wouldn't be able to witness such a wonderful auction. Apart from many important people, many strong cultivators from the younger generation had also come. For example, Qin Mubai and Jini Chen had come. In the distance, the sound of the great path could be heard. 9 unicorns were pulling a celestial carriage. More than 10 beautiful women in white clothes were holding flower baskets. They surrounded the carriage and sprinkled flower petals. The flower carriage finally stopped, and a woman walked out of it. It was a woman wearing a snow-white dress. Her figure was tall and alluring. Her delicate body was exquisite, and her skin was as white as snow. However, she was wearing a veil. However, one could imagine how beautiful she would be under that veil. Hua Shirua. It's Hua Shirua, the most beautiful woman in the eastern province. Many people cried out in surprise. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't take their eyes off Hua Shirua. Hua Shirua was too famous. It was said that she was extremely beautiful. Any woman would pale in comparison to her. Apart from her beauty, Hua Shirua was also terrifyingly strong. She was so young, but could already be described as unfathomable. In the past, she had fought against the strongest geniuses of the Holy Celestial Continent for 300 rounds without losing. That was enough to show how strong she was. Hua Shirwa descended like a fairy. Many young geniuses were already waiting at the entrance of the auction house. They were probably Hua Shirwa's admirers. Hua Shirwa descended like a fairy. Fairy Shirwa, please come in. Those geniuses were very polite at that moment. They led the way for Hua Shirwa. Hua Shirwa bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, everyone. You're welcome. It's our honor to lead the way for you." The group of Sky Prides were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and were extremely excited. Hua Shirwa walked towards the auction house. Lin Feng entered the auction house and looked at Hua Shirwa's beautiful back. He muttered to himself, "Her figure is really not bad, but she's wearing a veil. I wonder what the most beautiful woman in the Eastern Province looks like." Whispering that, Lin Feng also entered the auction house. Chapter 331. When Lin Feng entered the auction house, he found a corner and sat down. Many experts had gathered in the auction house today. In such an occasion, keeping a low profile was the way to go. More and more experts entered the auction house. Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the auction to begin. Dong, dong, dong. 2 hours later, the sound of gongs and drums rang out. Dong Fengge personally walked out. This auction was hosted by Dong Fengge. Everyone, there is only one item in this auction, and that is the primordial blood spirit pill. Dong Fengge's voice resounded in the auction house. This auction was originally held solely for the primordial blood spirit pill. Moreover, all of the people from the top forces who had come were extremely wealthy. Ordinary auction items would not be able to enter their eyes. Thus, the auction house was very straightforward and only auctioned the primordial blood spirit pill. Many people nodded slightly. They didn't like to dawdle. Seeing that the auction house had directly taken out the primordial blood spirit pill for auction, it saved them a lot of time. A maidservant walked over with a tray. There was a porcelain bottle on the tray. "The primordial blood spirit pill is in there," Dong Fengge said. "Hey, does this primordial blood spirit pill really have such a powerful effect, as your auction house said? There's only one, and you haven't tried it yet. Don't sell it. If it doesn't have such an effect, you'll be a laughingstock." A gloomy voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was an old man. "It's Forefather Feng Xie." Someone muttered. They more or less knew about the relationship between Forefather Feng Xie and the Jiang family. It was said that Forefather Feng Xie and the Jiang family had old grudges, but Forefather Feng Xie was too powerful and had an ancient sacred land behind him. Thus, the Jiang family couldn't do anything to him. If Forefather Feng Xie were to be touched, then both sides would fight. This could very well be the start of a war between the two ancient powers. At that time, no one knew what kind of terrifying war it would cause. It would definitely cause great suffering and suffering. This was something that neither side wanted to see. Forefather Feng Xie must be joking. Our auction house wouldn't disregard our reputation and lie to everyone. This pill has already been appraised by several alchemists. There's absolutely no problem, Dong Fengge said with a smile. He was very good at dealing with this kind of dispute. "May I take a look?" An old man said, "Medicine King Chunming." Everyone looked over and was immediately shocked. This old man's identity was no small matter. He was a Medicine King level existence of the Immortal Plains Medicine King Valley. In the 3,000 provinces, he was an illustrious existence. Even in the boundless 3,000 continents, Medicine Kings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. "So it's Senior Qinming. Please look." Dong Fengge personally brought the bottle of primordial blood spirit pills to Medicine King Qinming's side and handed the bottle over. Medicine King Qinming opened the porcelain bottle and sniffed it. "That's right. The ancient blood spirit pill's effects are definitely the same as what the auction house said. In fact, It's even stronger than what the auction house said, with the medicine king Chen Ming personally appraising it at the auction house. All of his doubts were naturally eliminated. Humph. Ancestor Feng Xia snorted coldly, as if he was scolding Qinming for meddling in other people's business, or as if he was dissatisfied that he didn't get to see the auction house make a fool of itself. Thank you for speaking up for me, Senior. Dongfang smiled. Haha, this old man is just stating facts. I never thought that I would be able to see the primordial blood spirit pill in my lifetime. This is truly a great fortune. This is a pill passed down from the primordial alchemy god. It's just that after countless years, the primordial alchemy god's inheritance still hasn't been found. This is truly the greatest regret of the alchemy world. Medicine King Chenming sighed slightly and returned the bottle of primordial blood spirit pills to Dongfang Ge. He then sat down and didn't say anything else. Dongfang Ge said, the client of this pill needs spirit stones. So, this auction will be conducted using spirit stones, and it's a high-grade spirit stone. There were many types of spirit stones, low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spirit stones. One high-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. One mid-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Usually, low-grade spirit stones were the ones that circulated. At most, they were mid-grade spirit stones. Very few high-grade spirit stones circulated. This was because high-grade spirit stones were rare and very difficult to obtain. Even if there were high-grade spirit stones, most of them would be kept by the large factions for their own use. For example, the spirit stones extracted from the ore vein outside Azure Cloud City were mostly low-grade spirit stones. If they were able to extract 100 high-grade spirit stones, they would already be thanking the heavens. Dongfang Ge continued, but for the sake of our calculations, we'll use low-grade spirit stones. We will still bid for the ancient blood spirit pill at the price of low-grade spirit stones, but when you pay, you will have to exchange them for high-grade spirit stones. The starting price for the ancient blood spirit pill is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 10 high-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was only the starting price. 200,000, someone shouted. This was a Yin-Yang realm expert from an ancient aristocratic family. He wanted to buy it for his own use. 300,000. Very quickly, someone continued to raise the price. This was the sect master of an ancient sect. He wanted to buy it for his grandson. 400,000. 500,000. 1 million. 3 million. 10 million. Many people participated in the bidding. The price of the primordial blood spirit pill continued to soar until it reached 10 million. Many ancient sects and aristocratic families began to withdraw from the competition. This price was too much for them. After all, the operation of an entire sect required a large amount of spirit stones. There was a limit to their budget, and they could not spend unlimited amounts. Sigh. Some of the cultivators who withdrew from the competition sighed. They could only lament that they were not fated with the primordial blood spirit pill. The remaining ancient forces, like the ancient sacred lands and ancient royal dynasties, were all involved in the competition. 20 million. Qin Mubai smiled. He was from an ancient dynasty and had the support of his entire clan. 30 million. A middle-aged cultivator continued to bid. Someone recognized this middle-aged cultivator. He was an expert from an ancient sect. 40 million. Hua Shirua was also very interested in the primordial blood spirit pill. 50 million. Very quickly, someone else bid an even higher price. These people continued to raise the price. When the price reached 100 million, Qin Mubai, Hua Shirua, and the others withdrew from the competition. Many people were watching this intense bidding war. They were secretly sighing with emotion. The bidding war was too intense. The price had already exceeded 100 million spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones was enough for an ancient force of tens of thousands of people to operate for several years. 150 million. Someone continued to bid and raised the price by 50 million. It seemed that this person was determined to obtain the primordial blood spirit pill. Many people were shocked. This person was too bold. Everyone looked over and saw that it was dragon rider Gu Yunyang from the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 332. The Great Qin Empire's dragon knight, Gu Yunyang, was a famous rising star in the 3,000 prefectures. He had subdued a giant dragon at a young age and obtained its wealth. He was extremely wealthy. 160 million. Someone continued to bid. It was a woman wearing a long black dress and a veil. No one knew who she was, but it was obvious that she had deliberately hidden her identity. Everyone was puzzled and tried to guess her identity. Someone who could afford such a high price must have an extraordinary background. 180 million. Someone else bid again. It was the Sun Moon City's city lord Dagobah. Some ancient sects and factions also joined in. The competition was too intense. The price of the immemorial blood spirit pill continued to soar, and it showed no signs of stopping. Damn it! If I can get the immemorial blood spirit pill, I will also have a powerful cultivation talent. Shen Yang's face was extremely gloomy. He really wanted to get the immemorial blood spirit pill, but when he saw the prices of the top factions, he was completely stunned. Although the Heavenly Dragon Chamber of Commerce was shockingly wealthy, it was still far from being comparable to the top factions. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Sigh. Shangguan Feier sighed in the crowd. She really wanted to buy the blood spirit pill and give it to Lin Feng, but now she only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The price of the blood spirit pill continued to soar. A woman raised the price to 300 million. It was a woman wearing a bamboo hat. When Lin Feng saw her, he couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. Is that Jiang Yudi? He felt that the figure was very familiar. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like Jiang Yudi. Jiang Yudi wanted to use her personal identity to buy the blood spirit pill? Lin Feng admired her. If Jiang Yudi had used some tricks, perhaps Lin Feng would have sold the blood spirit pill to her at a low price. However, Jiang Yudi didn't do that. Instead, she did her best to promote the blood spirit pill. If one wanted to get the blood spirit pill, they had to rely on their own strength to participate in the competition. The price of the blood spirit pill continued to soar. When it reached 500 million, many people withdrew from the bidding. For example, Gu Yunyang, Dagobah, and the woman who looked like Jiang Yudi all chose to withdraw. I wonder who the owner of the blood spirit pill is. We're going to be rich this time. How lucky! I got a blood spirit pill from the ancient medicine god. After this auction, I'll have enough spiritual stones to practice cultivation for a few hundred years. I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a few hundred years. I wonder if that person has obtained the legacy of the ancient alchemy god? If that's the case, then there's a possibility. If the immemorial alchemy god's inheritance is obtained, then it would be too heaven-defying. A few people were quietly discussing this matter. They couldn't help but take a deep breath after thinking about the immemorial alchemy god's inheritance coming into being. Over the course of countless years, countless cultivators had ventured deep into various death zones and life-forbidden zones in search of the immemorial alchemy god's inheritance, but to no avail. Now, the ancient alchemy god's pill had appeared. This made everyone suspect that the inheritance of the ancient alchemy god might have really appeared. Lin Feng heard some discussions and thought to himself, these people really know how to guess. But the Fire Qilin is really good at hiding. He obtained the immemorial alchemy god's inheritance, but he was able to keep it a secret from everyone. With his arrogant personality, it's not easy for him to do that. However, Lin Feng didn't know that when the Fire Qilin was in the Holy Celestial Continent, He wasn't called the Fire Qilin. He was called the Flame Sage. Of course, that was all in the past. The Fire Qilin's godly strength had been devoured by the demonic bead, so he wasn't as strong as before. Not only did the Fire Qilin not come to the auction, but he had also left the imperial capital ahead of time to hide in the forest outside. According to the Fire Qilin, some peerless cultivators who had come in the past had enmity with him. If they sensed his aura, it would be very troublesome. For safety's sake, the Fire Qilin had left early. Lin Feng didn't doubt the Fire Qilin's words. Given the Fire Qilin's personality, he could have offended many people. Now that his godly strength had disappeared, the Fire Qilin naturally had to be careful and avoid his old enemies. Otherwise, if he was discovered by his old enemies, he would definitely die. Right now, the Fire Qilin couldn't even defeat Lin Feng. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to fight against those peerless cultivators. At this moment, the bidding for the immemorial blood spirit pill had reached a climax. Medicine King Chen Ming joined the competition. He wanted to win the blood spirit pill, and he raised the price to a sky-high 600 million. It looks like the Medicine King Valley is determined to get the blood spirit pill. They must want to study the immemorial divine alchemist's formula. With the Medicine King Valley's ability, it's not difficult to analyze the ingredients of the immemorial blood spirit pill. However, it's too difficult to study how to make it. Some people discussed, but it was obvious that Medicine King Chenming still wanted the immemorial blood spirit pill. Someone started to compete with Medicine King Chenming. The first person was Di Wu of the Shang Empire. The Shang Empire had a long history and was unimaginably powerful. It was rumored that the Mercenary Association was related to this ancient power. Di Wu raised the price by 30 million. Di Wu wasn't the only one who joined the competition. An old man also joined in. His Ji Daotian. Many people were shocked. This was the old uncle of the Great Zhou Empire. He was the uncle of the current emperor of the Great Zhou Empire, Ji Yuhan's elder. Lin Feng looked at the old man. The founder of the Great Zhou Empire was called GFA. It was rumored that he had turned the 8 trigrams of the ancient divine Emperor Fuxi into the 60 trigrams. He could predict the future. He was incomparably heaven-defying. He had single-handedly created the Great Zhou Empire. But because GFA's abilities were too heaven-defying, he was punished by the heavens. Not long after the Great Zhou Empire was founded, he died. But the Great Zhou Empire was still strong. The 3 strong cultivators started an intense competition. None of them were willing to give way. They all wanted to obtain the primordial blood spirit elixir, but there was only one immemorial blood spirit pill. In the end, the price of the immemorial blood spirit pill was set at 1.5 billion spiritual stones. Congratulations, Brother Qin. I withdraw from the competition. Ji Daotian clasped his fists. Thank you. Medicine King Chen Ming clasped his fists as well. Di Wu of the Shang Empire sighed. 1.5 billion spiritual stones had exceeded his expectations. In the end, he could only withdraw. 1.5 billion spiritual stones. Are there any higher bids? 1.5 billion spiritual stones going once. 1.5 billion spiritual stones going twice. 1.5 billion spiritual stones going thrice. Deal. Dong Feng Ji's gavel fell. Medicine King Chen Ming finally let out a long breath. The immemorial blood spirit pill is mine. Medicine King Chen Ming's lips curled into a smile, although it pained him to spend one. 5 billion spirit stones. To be able to buy the primordial blood spiritual elixir was of great use to the development of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. This transaction was too worth it. Chapter 333. Young friend. The primordial blood spirit pellet was sold for a total of 5 billion, which is equivalent to 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. After deducting the auction house's commission, It's 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Dongfeng Gus said with a smile. Lin Feng was excited. 10 high-grade spirit stones were enough to purchase a peak-grade spirit artifact. 150,000 high-grade spirit stones were enough to form a large army, and each one of them would possess a peak-grade spirit artifact. All the spiritual stones are in the ring, said Lin Feng. Dongfeng Gu handed a storage ring to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the storage ring, inspecting it for a moment before nodding. No problem. Dongfeng Gu smiled. As for those medicinal herbs, young Miss has said that they are free gifts from our auction house. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. If young friend still has any pills to auction, you must send them to our auction house. Our long-term cooperation is a win-win situation. Lin Feng nodded. If there are any more, I will definitely send them over. Saying so, he took out 2 high-grade spirit stones and handed them to Dongfeng Gu, saying, Those medicinal herbs are not cheap. I can't take them for free. These 2 high-grade spirit stones should be enough to cover the medicinal herbs' value, right? Dongfeng Gu smiled wryly, but he did not refuse, nodding. It's enough. After a brief pause, Dongfeng Gu continued, It's like this. The Medicine King, Qin Ming, wishes to meet you. Is that possible? Lin Feng shook his head. It's not convenient for me to see him. I'll help you decline, Dongfeng Gu said. Many thanks. Lin Feng cupped his fists, chatted a little longer with Dongfeng Gu, then left the auction house in a hurry. Now that he had more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, this was a great fortune. These spirit stones should be enough for him to reach the Yinyang realm, right? Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng headed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Institute. At this time, night had already fallen. Even so, the streets were still bustling with activity. The imperial capital was a city that never slept. Until late at night, it would still be lively. When Lin Feng turned a corner, a strange scene suddenly appeared. The endless stream of people on the streets disappeared without a trace. Other than himself, there was no one else around. Everyone had actually disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng frowned. It was a gigantic deployment spell. Someone had cast a gigantic deployment spell and trapped him inside. Who? Come out. Lin Feng said coldly. Whoosh. On the street in the distance, a white-clothed man walked over step by step. This white-clothed man looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were gloomy and his entire body was emitting a gloomy and cold aura. Who are you? Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the man. This was a spirit array master. He had used a large array to trap Lin Feng. Clearly, he had come with ill intentions. Someone asked me to take your life. The man in white said coldly. Assassin. Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. Assassin from the 9 underworlds. The man in white said proudly. There were many assassin organizations, but there was only one supreme organization, and that was the 9 underworlds assassin dynasty. It was rumored that the 9 underworlds had assassinated the ancient sacred emperor in the immemorial era. It was rumored that in the ancient assassin palace of the 9 underworlds, there was still a great hall built with the bones of the immemorial gods. There was also a white bone throne built with the bones of the ancient sacred emperor. This was the 9 underworlds, a terrifying assassin dynasty that had been passed down for countless years. Countless assassins from assassin organizations could feel proud to have joined the 9 underworlds. Lin Feng had once heard the Fire Qilin talk about the 9 underworlds assassin dynasty. Even when the Fire Qilin talked about the 9 underworlds, his expression was incomparably solemn. From this, one could see how terrifying the 9 underworlds assassin dynasty was. The white-clothed man in front of him was actually an assassin from the 9 underworlds assassin. Lin Feng knew that this might be troublesome. His expression tensed up. This assassin was very powerful. Most importantly, this assassin was also a spirit array master. I'll take your life. Lin Feng said. The white-clothed assassin said coldly. He walked towards Lin Feng. In the sky, snowflakes drifted down one after another. It's snowing. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Suddenly, a snowflake floated towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly retreated. However, the snowflake still brushed past Lin Feng's body. Puff! The snowflake bloomed like a beautiful flower. The moment it bloomed at its most beautiful moment, it instantly withered. The snowflake left a deep wound on Lin Feng's left arm, and blood immediately flowed out. How terrifying! Lin Feng's expression was incomparably solemn. The falling snowflakes were also evolved from a large array. Its power was terrifying, and it easily injured Lin Feng. This was only the first snowflake. In the sky, snowflakes drifted down one after another. A world in a flower. Every step a killing intent. My snowflakes fluttered. I can even kill a martial king realm, cultivator. Not to mention you. You're destined to die. The white-clothed assassin stood in the distance, looking coldly at Lin Feng. Snowflakes drifted down, quickly slashing towards Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. A dense and numerous wind blades were moving towards Lin Feng, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. The white-clothed assassin was very terrifying. He had set up more than one type of large array here. First of all, there was this illusion array that trapped Lin Feng. Secondly, there was this snowflake that filled the sky with endless killing intent. Finally, there was this violent wind blade attack. Come out! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice and took out a magic treasure. It was a black tortoise shield. It was a defensive treasure that Lin Feng had obtained in the fire dragon's cave abode. Moreover, it was a treasure that had a powerful defensive power. When Lin Feng took out the black tortoise shield, it formed a defensive light barrier, protecting Lin Feng within it. Clang, 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 snowflakes fell. Wind blades swept over. They were all blocked by the defensive light barrier. A defensive treasure! You actually have such a powerful treasure. I'm really surprised. Defensive treasures are the rarest. It seems that you have a lot of good things on you. If I kill you today, I should have a good harvest. When the white-clothed assassin saw Lin Feng take out a defensive black tortoise shield, he immediately became excited. These assassins, after accepting an assassination mission, not only would they receive a huge reward from the employer, but they would also receive a huge reward. The wealth of the assassin would also be plundered by these assassins. Every time, after killing the target, the assassin would be the most excited because at this time they would be able to check the spoils of war. Watch me break your defensive treasure. The white-clothed assassin sneered and waved his right hand. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a jade ruler magic treasure was taken out by the white-clothed assassin. It was also a treasure that was at the treasure level, but this magic treasure was an attack-type magic treasure. Bang! The jade ruler ruthlessly smashed into the defensive light barrier released by the black tortoise shield. The defensive light barrier that protected Lin Feng immediately shook violently. Chapter 334. The white-clothed assassin's jade ruler was very powerful. It was much more powerful than Lin Feng's dark heavy buster sword. After several consecutive attacks, the defensive light shield began to tremble violently. Obviously, it couldn't last long. Kid, it's useless. My sky wave ruler is a mid-level treasure, and your black tortoise shield is only a low-level treasure. It can't withstand my sky wave ruler's attack. The white-clothed assassin's face was full of coldness. At this moment, Lin Feng was indeed in some trouble. He raised his eyebrows slightly. What a good white-clothed assassin. He really had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Bang, bang, bang. The sky wave ruler attacked the defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield one after another. After dozens of attacks, cracking sounds could be heard. The defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield was gradually weakening. Is your defense about to be broken? In the next moment, it's time to take your life. The white-clothed assassin's mouth curved into a sinister smile. Assassins were all cold-blooded and ruthless. When they were about to take a life, they were often the most excited. The Sky Wave Ruler's power was completely released. Another heavy attack fiercely bombarded the defensive light shield formed by the black tortoise shield. Crack! When the attack came crashing down, the defensive barrier formed by the black tortoise shield was shattered. The black tortoise shield's light dimmed. It had lost its spirit chi. It couldn't be used again in a short period of time. The Sky Wave Ruler continued to attack Lin Feng. It wanted to directly kill Lin Feng. Sky Devouring Jar, come out. In the face of the Sky Wave Ruler's attack, Lin Feng waved his hand. A black light flashed. The Sky Devouring Jar appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng activated the Sky Devouring Jar. The Sky Devouring Jar released a terrifying devouring power. The devouring power directly enveloped the Sky Wave Ruler that was attacking Lin Feng. The Sky Devouring Jar wanted to forcibly devour the Sky Wave Ruler. Damn it! What is this broken jar of yours? You want to forcibly steal my treasure. The white-clothed assassin was shocked. He shouted coldly, "Come back!" The white-clothed assassin wanted to recall the Sky Wave Ruler, but the Sky Devouring Jar was too powerful. The Sky Wave Ruler flew towards the Sky Devouring Jar. "Kid, die!" The white-clothed assassin yelled the Sky Wave Ruler. Dense wind blades and snowflakes all attacked Lin Feng. Roar! At the same time, the Heavenly Wave Ruler's artifact spirit also awakened. It was a water luster with a snow-white body. Its roar shook the sky. After Baizé appeared, it opened its gigantic mouth, and a gigantic river rushed towards Lin Feng, trying to drown him. Devour it all! Devour it all! He devouring jars Sky, wave jar to jar! The devs! It! Devouring jar! The sky wave! It! Devouring it! Wah! The next moment, the Sky Devouring Jar forcefully severed the connection between the white-clothed assassin and the Sky Wave Ruler. The white-clothed assassin suffered backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. "How dare you forcibly steal my treasure?" The white-clothed assassin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the Sky Devouring Jar devours a treasure, it will be forcibly stolen. Now this Sky Wave Ruler is my treasure." The white-clothed assassin almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Lin Feng's words. "You deserve to die." He roared and madly urged the wind blades and snowflakes to attack Lin Feng. Dense and numerous wind blades immediately formed a gigantic storm which swept towards Lin Feng from all directions, completely surrounding him. Lin Feng couldn't escape. The wind blades swept the snowflakes into it. The snowflakes bloomed instantly, releasing a terrifying killing intent. All the attacks were directed at Lin Feng. "When you die, my treasures will belong to me again, and your treasures will belong to me too," said Lin Feng. Said the white-clothed assassin with a hideous smile. It seemed like he could already see Lin Feng's tragic death. "Devouring jar, devour!" Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit. The devouring martial spirit's devouring qi continuously poured into the devouring jar. The devouring jar's qi became stronger and stronger. The Fire Qilin had said before that the owner of the devouring jar, the devouring evil emperor, had a devouring martial spirit. It was the same as Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. Only by activating the devouring martial spirit could the devouring jar release its strongest power, just like what Lin Feng was doing at that moment. When the devouring martial spirit's strength poured into the devouring jar began to madly attack Lin Feng. The wind blades and snowflakes were all swallowed by the devouring martial spirit. What a treasure! It broke my great formation. The white-clothed assassin was not depressed at all. Instead, he became even more excited. This treasure made him feel crazy. If he had the devouring jar, wouldn't he be invincible in the future? So he could rob anyone's magical weapon as he wished? He could even devour other people's attacks. The white-clothed assassin was excited when he thought about it. Swish! At that moment, the white-clothed assassin took out a long sword and rushed towards Lin Feng. Swish! 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 18 shadows appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. The 18 white-clothed assassins all rushed towards Lin Feng. An assassin's most powerful skill is the art of killing. Spirit arrays are just small things that I usually research when I'm bored. My most powerful skill is the killing technique that I learned from the assassin organization I nether. This move is called Phantom Kill. It's like a dream, and you'll die in endless fear. The 18 white-clothed assassins sneered. Devouring jar! Confine! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. He wanted to use the devouring jar to confine the 18 white-clothed assassins, but they were extremely strong. They attacked together and knocked away Lin Feng's devouring jar. The 18 white-clothed assassins all rushed towards Lin Feng. Their swords were flickering with cold lights as they attacked Lin Feng. Die, little boy! The white-clothed assassin's lips curled into a sinister arc. But at this moment, he suddenly realized in horror that he couldn't move his body. The white-clothed assassin looked at his body and realized that his body was entangled by numerous energy threads. So the real body is here, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He took out his black dragon sword and stabbed behind him. Slash! His sword pierced through the white-clothed assassin's chest. How is this possible? The white-clothed assassin couldn't believe his eyes. I forgot to tell you that I'm also a spirit array master, and I've already seen through your spirit array. With my own spirit array skills, I could break your spirit array, but I didn't. Instead, I used the sky-devouring jar to break your spirit array. I wanted to make you think that I'm relying on a treasure to fight against you. What do you think of my binding technique? Said Lin Feng indifferently. The white-clothed assassin's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he had died at the hands of a young man. Lin Feng took the white-clothed assassin's spatial ring and kicked him away. The white-clothed assassin fell to the ground dead. Then Lin Feng put the devouring jar away and destroyed the white-clothed assassin's illusory deployment spell. He returned to the bustling street. There were many people around him. A dozen meters away, the white-clothed assassin was lying on the ground. His body was stiff and lifeless. Many people were attracted by the white-clothed assassin's corpse, but nobody noticed Lin Feng. Lin Feng blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Chapter 335. Along the way, Lin Feng tried to guess the identity of the person who hired the white-robed assassin. Lin Feng had a rough idea of who it was, but he wasn't too worried. Different situations call for different actions, so what if it was the 9 Nether assassin? Wasn't he still killed by him? If they dared to come again, he would kill them 1 by 1, 10 by 10. When they returned to the Azure Dragon Institute, Lin Feng didn't expect to see Shangguan Fei here. Noticing that Lin Feng seemed to be injured, Shangguan Fei asked worriedly what happened. Lin Feng said that he had sparred with a friend, and that it was just some minor injuries. Shangguan Fei was still worried, so she quickly took out a medicinal pellet and fed it to Lin Feng. Only then did she relax. Lin Feng and Shangguan Fei returned to their room together. Wu Ming said, "Since Sovereign has a beautiful woman by his side, shouldn't we go out and have some fun?" Long Xiu suggested, "Why don't we go to the Myriad Flower House?" The Myriad Flower House was a brothel that Lin Feng and the others had visited in the past. There were all kinds of beautiful women inside, and Long Xiu seemed to be addicted to it after going there once. Wang Kuan agreed, "Sure, let's go." The group of animals left the Azure Dragon Institute that very night, heading to the Myriad Flower House. All of them were at the age where they were most curious about a woman's body structure. Naturally, they would fantasize about women, and this was a normal thing. Why are you here so late at night? Could it be that you miss me so much that you couldn't sleep? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Shangguan Fei blushed, then sighed. I just came out from the auction house and passed by here, so I came to see you. Oh, the auction house is auctioning that ancient blood spirit pellet. Lin Feng nodded. I'm so useless. If only I could buy that ancient blood spirit pellet and give it to you. Shangguan Fei started to blame herself. Lin Feng's heart warmed. He could sense Shangguan Fei's feelings for him. Lin Feng reached out and pulled Shangguan Fei into his embrace, saying, Fei, don't blame yourself. That blood spirit pill isn't something you can afford. Didn't you see that many people from the ancient Saint lands failed to bid for it? Shangguan Fei said in surprise, You went too. As Lin Feng caressed Shangguan Fei's sexy body, he said, Let me tell you a secret. That blood spirit pill was refined by me, and I was the one who commissioned the auction house to sell it. Ah! Shangguan Fei exclaimed in shock. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she had been completely shocked. That look was truly moving, causing one to feel pity for her. You. Shangguan Fei started to speak incoherently. She completely did not think that Lin Feng was actually still a formidable alchemist. Indeed, your man is an alchemist, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, Really? Shangguan Fei asked in shock. Her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly into Lin Feng's eyes. She naturally knew what an alchemist represented, especially one who could refine the immemorial blood spirit pill. Silly girl, why would I lie to you? Take a look at what this is. Lin Feng took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Shangguan Fei. She opened it, sniffed it, and said, It's a medicinal pill. Lin Feng said, This is the little creation pill that I prepared for you. Little creation pill? What kind of medicinal pill is that? Shangguan Fei asked curiously. It's a medicinal pill. It's a medicinal pill that everyone dreams of. Is the immemorial blood spirit pill very powerful? To be honest, the effect of the immemorial blood spirit pill is not even 1% of the little creation pill's effect. Lin Feng said with a smile. Not even 1%. Shangguan Fei's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on her face. What? You don't trust your man? Lin Feng asked. Shangguan Fei hurriedly said, I do, of course Fei trusts you. Originally, I wanted to deliver it to you tomorrow, but since you're here today, I'll help you dissolve the little creation pill. After consuming it, your body will be changed by the little creation pill every day. After a month, you'll become a super genius in cultivation. Lin Feng said with a smile. A super genius in cultivation. Shangguan Fei was in a daze. Her talent could only be said to be average. She was already 21 years old, but her cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the martial master realm. Shangguan Fei had never thought that she would be able to go so far on the path of cultivation. But today, Lin Feng had given her hope. But if such a medicinal pill were to be auctioned off, how many spiritual stones would it fetch? If you give it to me, wouldn't it be a waste? Shangguan Fei said. Silly girl, this little creation pill was prepared for you. No matter how much wealth you have, in my heart, it's not as precious as a single strand of your hair. Lin Feng gently stroked Shangguan Fei's exquisite face. Hearing Lin Feng's passionate voice, Shangguan Fei felt as if her heart was about to melt. She took the initiative to pounce on him, her rosy lips pressing against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng naturally did not hold back, and he lifted Shangguan Fei up by the waist and placed her on the bed. After an intense battle, the two of them were panting on the bed. Fei, eat it. I helped you dissolve the little creation pill's medicinal power, Lin Feng said. Shangguan Fei's face was still flushed red. She nodded obediently and swallowed the little creation pill. Lin Feng put his right hand on Shangguan Fei's flat belly. Pure qi penetrated into Shangguan Fei's body. Shangguan Fei swallowed the pill, and it started melting. Shangguan Fei said, "Feng, my body is heating up." Lin Feng said, "This is the reason why the little creation pill has begun to dissolve. This little creation pill's medicinal power is very gentle. It's not like other medicinal pills that instantly change a person's body. Instead, it gradually changes a cultivator's innate talent. This kind of change is not something that those instant medicinal pills can compare to." Shangguan Fei nodded. After about an hour, the little creation pill's medicinal power was completely dissolved by Lin Feng. Shangguan Fei's body was covered in a fine layer of sweat, making her look even more alluring. Lin Feng looked at her perfect body, and his breathing quickened. This woman was truly the best of the best. Although he had already had intimate contact with Shangguan Fei, many times Shangguan Fei was still a woman. Shangguan Fei had always stuck to her bottom line, but now Shangguan Fei was truly moved. She realized that she really loved the man in front of her. Seeing Lin Feng's burning gaze, Shangguan Fei blushed. She murmured, "Feng, I want to have Fei tonight, okay?" Hearing Shangguan Fei's shy and nervous voice, Lin Feng's heart leapt with excitement and he pounced on her. Not long after, Shangguan Fei's painful cry came from the room. In the darkness, 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The body that she had preserved for 21 years was taken away by this man. However, Shangguan Fei felt incomparably happy. Her hands couldn't help but hug Lin Feng tightly, as if she wanted to melt herself into Lin Feng's body. Chapter 336. Following the end of the auction, the imperial capital calmed down. The Zhanwu country was just a mundane country, and these big forces had no intention of staying in the Zhanwu country, leaving one after another. Whereas the Azure Dragon Institute was bustling with noise and excitement, because there was only a little over a month's time before the Mountain River List ranking competition began. The Mountain River List ranking competition was an extremely important competition in the Azure Dragon Institute, related to a student's future development. The Mountain River List ranking competition's 300th place. Any student that could enter the Mountain River List would receive the Azure Dragon Institute's nurturing, and in the future, they would be recommended to an ancient force to further their development. If they could pass the ancient force's assessment, they could become an ancient force's disciple. One could imagine that hundreds of thousands of students had their eyes on these 300th place. Those who were not on the Mountain River List wanted to squeeze into the Mountain River List. Those who were already on the Mountain River List were trying their best to move up a little. During this period of time, the Azure Dragon Institute's various cultivation rooms, caves, such as the Lightning Cave, Wind Cave, and other places were bustling with people. Every student was diligently cultivating, hoping to obtain a good ranking in the Mountain River List ranking competition. Dragon Gate. Lin Feng gathered all the Dragon Gate's core members. These were the people who followed Lin Feng from the very beginning. Yan Qian, Long Xiu, Wang Kuan, and the others who joined later were all loyal to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out more than a dozen porcelain bottles. Then he distributed 1 bottle to each person. "What is this?" Su Zimo asked. "This is a medicinal liquid I refined. It is divided into 5 doses." Lin Feng said. This was the medicinal liquid that Lin Feng refined using the Little Fortune pill. Although the medicinal efficacy of the Little Fortune pill was diluted by a lot, but the effect was still heaven-defying. Many thanks, Sovereign. Everyone thought that it was just an ordinary body-tempering liquid and did not think much of it. That night, the group of Dragon Gate's higher-ups who received the diluted Little Fortune pill began to consume it. When Su Zimo consumed a portion of the liquid, he felt his body heating up. Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal efficacy in his body. As the medicinal power was refined, Su Zimo's body expelled many smelly impurities that covered his entire body. When Su Zimo opened his eyes from his cultivation state, he looked at the impurities covering his body in a daze. His body felt lighter than ever before. He sensed the condition of his body, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Su Zimo realized that most of the impurities in his body had been removed. Furthermore, his bloodline power had doubled at a crazy rate. Even some of the internal injuries that he had suffered during his cultivation that could not be healed were completely healed. Su Zimo's breathing quickened. Naturally, he knew that it must be because of that bottle of spirit liquid. He had only drunk a fifth of it, and his cultivation talent had increased tremendously. Woo, woo, woo. Su Zimo suddenly burst into tears. He seemed to want to cry out the pain in his heart. Su Zimo's cultivation talent was extraordinary. Although he claimed that he was not interested in cultivation and wanted to take over his father's position as the clan head of the Su family in the future. However, even Su Zimo himself did not believe those words. How could he not want to become a powerful cultivator? However, he had no talent. Those who followed Lin Feng were all far more talented than him. That made Su Zimo feel even more ashamed. He knew that if not for the fact that he had been friends with Lin Feng for so many years, he might not even be qualified to follow Lin Feng. But now, that spirit liquid had changed his physique, raised his bloodline, and raised his talent by a large margin. Su Zimo knew that he might be able to transform from a cultivation trash into a cultivation genius. The pain and helplessness that he had suppressed in his heart for so many years turned into tears at this moment. There were many people who were just as excited as Su Zimo. For example, Long Shiyu, after consuming the spirit liquid, most of the impurities in his body were expelled and his bloodline power increased tremendously. Long Shiyu was also overjoyed as tears streamed down his face. To think that my talent could still increase tremendously. Mother, don't worry, I won't let you die tragically. Right now, I finally see hope for revenge. After saying that, Long Shiyu cried sadly as well. F***CK, what's going on? Sect Master, you're really heaven-defying. The chi gathering pill you gave me last time was already heaven-defying enough. But this spirit liquid is even more heaven-defying. I've only taken a portion of it, but it has already doubled my cultivation talent. Even the primordial blood spirit pill auctioned at the auction house can't achieve such an effect. Wu Ming was in a different situation. He was an extrovert to begin with, and at this moment he was so excited that he was dancing with joy. The next day, everyone came to see Lin Feng, and they were all extremely excited. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that you all have gained quite a bit." Wang Kuan nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, Sect Master. We're all brothers, so there's no need to thank me. Just remember to keep it a secret. At the same time, don't slack off on your cultivation. No matter how good your talent is, if you don't work hard, you'll only waste it in the end." Lin Feng said. Xiao Yifei smiled and said, "Don't worry, we were all born at the bottom of the cultivation world, and we know that it wasn't easy for us to obtain everything. We definitely won't slack off." Everyone nodded solemnly. They were all born in a mundane country, and they had all thought that they would be able to reach the martial general realm in the future. Those with better talent could even try to break through to the martial king realm, but they might not succeed. However, Lin Feng had changed everyone's fate. Becoming a martial king wouldn't be difficult for them, and they might even be able to reach the Yin Yang realm. Just thinking about it made them excited. Everyone knew how difficult it had been to obtain all of this, so they naturally didn't dare slack off. "You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Let's go eat together?" Lin Feng asked. "Okay," everyone nodded. Lin Feng called Zi Yuanyuan over, and the group walked towards the dining hall. Zi Yuanyuan had been by Lin Feng's side for a while, and she had become even more beautiful. Even though she wasn't very old, her peerlessly beautiful face and seductive figure already had a hint of seductiveness. Perhaps this had something to do with the demonic snake bloodline in her body. It was said that women with the demonic snake bloodline were naturally seductive and enchanting, and Ziyuan Yuan was developing in this direction. On the way, countless gazes were fixed on Ziyuan Yuan, and Ziyuan Yuan was a bit afraid as she grabbed onto Lin Feng's sleeve and followed him closely. Lin Feng also knew that Ziyuan Yuan had suffered for so many years, and it would take some time for her to live a normal life. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed Ziyuan Yuan's soft hand, and he gave her a pure smile. Ziyuan Yuan raised her beautiful face, and when she saw Lin Feng's encouraging gaze, she felt a warmth in her heart. As long as she was by Lin Feng's side, Ziyuan Yuan felt that she wouldn't be afraid. She believed that her prince would definitely protect her. Chapter 337. The Azure Dragon Institute's cafeteria was huge. After all, it could accommodate 100,000 people. The cafeteria was divided into 3 levels, bustling with people coming and going. Lin Feng's group arrived on the 2nd floor. On the table, there was a rope. As long as one gently pulled on the rope, a paper crane would fly over with a menu in its mouth. Lin Feng pulled on the rope. Sure enough, a golden paper crane flew over with a menu in its mouth. This golden paper crane was connected to a spiritual array on the rope, allowing them to sense each other. This was how spiritual arrays were used in daily life. Cultivators were often inseparable from spiritual array techniques. For example, the crystal card, used by cultivators to store gold coins and spirit stones, were all invented by spiritual array masters. If cultivators wanted to increase the power of their treasures, they had to spend a lot of money to find a spiritual array master to arrange a large array, and so on. Spiritual array techniques had long been used in every aspect of life. Lin Feng ordered 10 baskets of deep-sea crab meat buns, a pot of deep-sea purple fish soup, and a few side dishes before handing the menu to the golden paper crane. The golden paper crane flew to the kitchen with the menu in its mouth. The dishes sold in the Azure Dragon Institute's kitchen were not simple. For example, the deep-sea crab was a type of spiritual crab containing a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Eating it was beneficial to cultivators. If it was an ordinary shrimp or crab, eating it would only increase the impurities in the body. This deep-sea purple fish was also a type of spiritual fish and was a food that was beneficial to cultivators. Moreover, the taste was excellent. This meal seemed simple, but it cost more than 100 gold coins, enough for an ordinary family to live on for 30 years. Soon, the golden paper crane returned with a food box, placing it on the table. Lin Feng and the rest took out the food, and the golden paper crane left with the empty food box. Lin Feng and the rest ate as they chatted, discussing the news of the Mountain River list ranking competition. At this time, a dozen or so students walked over from afar. "Brother Shui, that's Lin Feng." Yan Wutian's face was gloomy as he pointed at Lin Feng. He had been defeated by Lin Feng before, so he had already recovered from his injuries. Beside Yan Wutian was a young man in a blood-red robe. That young man exuded a chilling aura. Blood Dragon. This man was the founder of the Blood Dragon gang, Shui Long. The Blood Dragon narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He waved his hand and walked toward Lin Feng's table. "Look, it's the Blood Dragon. Shui Long and the others are heading towards Lin Feng and the others. Damn, I'm afraid there's going to be a good show. Are those two finally going to fight?" Many students became excited when they saw the Blood Dragon walking towards Lin Feng and company. Who didn't know about the conflict between the Dragon Gate and the Blood Dragon gang? The news of Lin Feng breaking into the Blood Dragon gang alone and crippling 72 of their experts to rescue Su Zimo had long spread throughout the Azure Dragon Institute. Everyone knew that there would definitely be a battle between Lin Feng and the Blood Dragon. Initially, everyone thought that they would witness the battle during the Mountain River list ranking competition. But now that Blood Dragon and Lin Feng had met earlier, could it be that they were going to fight? People from the Blood Dragon Society. Long Shi frowned. "Even the Blood Dragon himself is here." Lin Feng nodded. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the Blood Dragon. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Blood Dragon, and he could tell that the person in the blood-red robe was the blood dragon, the #1 expert of the Mountain River list. "You're Lin Feng?" The blood dragon looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, "That's right, it's me. I'm talking to you and you still dare to sit? You're so rude. It seems like you're still lacking in manners." The blood dragon sneered and stretched out his right hand, slashing through the air. Whang! A blood-red light slashed out. The blood-red light turned into a blood-red blade light that slashed toward Su Zimo. He's making a move. This blood dragon is really strong, attacking without saying a word. I don't know if Lin Feng can block the blood dragon's attack. In the Azure Dragon Institute, the blood dragon is invincible. Many people exclaimed in surprise. "Get out of the way!" Lin Feng bellowed. "Xiao Yifei!" And the others quickly dodged. Pooh! The blood dragon's attack directly split the table in half, and the blood-red blade light slashed towards Lin Feng. This kind of power was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he waved his right hand, condensing a lightning force that shot towards the blood-red blade light. Clang! The blood-red blade light and the lightning force collided, and a loud, clanging sound rang out. This lightning force was condensed from Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant lightning art, and it was extremely powerful. When the lightning force and the blood-red blade light collided, both sides were annihilated. This Lin Feng is also very strong. He blocked the blood dragon's attack. "Hey, this is just the beginning," some students whispered. "Very good." The blood dragon's expression was indifferent as he took a step forward. His speed was very fast, and in a single step he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. Then he punched towards Lin Feng, and a blood-red light condensed. The blood-red light wrapped around the fist, and an endless blood-red light surged out. The punch arrived in an instant, and Lin Feng felt the terrifying power of the blood dragon's punch. He quickly moved, and the Sky Tyrant lightning art circulated, and lightning force wrapped around his fist. Bang! Lin Feng and the blood dragon collided. At this time, Lin Feng felt a terrifying power from the blood dragon's body entering his body. This power was too terrifying, and the blood dragon's strength was too strong. It was probably at the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the martial general realm. When the blood dragon's power erupted, thump, 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 Lin Feng was pushed back by the blood dragon's punch, and only stopped after knocking over 5 or 6 tables. His face was pale, and he circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to disperse the terrifying power that had entered his body. If he did not suppress the power that had entered his body, he would have suffered serious internal injuries. The blood dragon is too strong. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, and their gazes towards the blood dragon were filled with deep reverence. The Azure Dragon Institute does not allow private fights. Today, I will teach you a lesson. When it comes to the Mountain River list ranking competition, you better pray that you do not meet me. At that time, you will not have today's good luck. The corner of the blood dragon's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Let's go." He waved his hand and was about to leave with Yan Wutian and the rest. At this time, a cold voice suddenly sounded. 1 month later, the Azure Dragon Institute Mountain River list ranking competition. I, Lin Feng, challenge you on the stage, life or death, no matter. Boom! The entire cafeteria was in an uproar. Lin Feng actually issued a life or death challenge to the Azure Dragon Institute's #1 expert, the Blood Dragon. 1 month's time. In such a short time, how could Lin Feng defeat the Blood Dragon? Wasn't this courting death? The Blood Dragon sneered. Fine, I'll let you live for another month. With that said, he left with Yan Wutian and the rest. Chapter 338. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises could be heard from the forest. A 3,000-meter tall mountain was jumping up and down. Look, the mountain can run. Oh my God, the mountain has turned into a spirit. Run! The cultivators in the forest fled in fear when they saw the running mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a figure was jumping back and forth while carrying the huge mountain. It was Lin Feng, who had entered the desolate forest to cultivate. A month later, a battle to the death. Lin Feng knew that he had to break through again to defeat the blood dragon. Otherwise, this battle would be too dangerous and passive for him. He had been in the desolate forest for 10 days now. He had been cultivating crazily every day, hoping to break through. At this moment, Lin Feng was carrying the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and jumping around. This was called frog jumping. Most people would only be able to carry a stone lion to temper their bodies while doing frog jumps. However, Lin Feng was carrying a huge mountain. Cultivation was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. If you did not go crazy, how could you improve yourself quickly? Run, run. The fire Qilin shouted from the side. Run as fast as you can until you exhaust all your strength. Only this kind of extreme tempering can stimulate your potential. Lin Feng nodded. He carried the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and ran into the depths of the forest. Roar! Many ferocious beasts fled in panic when they saw the running mountain. Many cultivators were the same. Not long after, there was a rumor that a running mountain had appeared in the desolate forest. It can't be a spirit, right? Let's go and catch the mountain and extract the essence of the mountain. Some cultivators were tempted and rushed into the forest to find the mountain that had turned into a spirit. Over there, a few days later, they saw a mountain running in the depths of the forest. They were all delighted. It really has turned into a spirit. I wonder how much origin energy is contained in the mountain. More than 10 cultivators shouted excitedly. There were hundreds of cultivators outside who were watching the show. The legend of mountains becoming spirits originated from a story recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. The mountain and sea scripture said, "Everything in the world has its own spirit, devouring the essence of the sun and moon. Absorbing the essence of the world can awaken a spirit. Mountains have their own source and can become mountain spirits. Mountain spirits can devour the essence of the sun and moon every day, strengthening their source essence, and can become mountain gods." In other words, after a mountain had absorbed enough essence of the sun and moon, it could also gain intelligence and become a mountain spirit. A mountain spirit could continuously absorb the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen its own origin energy. After accumulating for a long time, it could become a mountain god. These people thought that the mountain in front of them was a mountain spirit. They wanted to shatter the mountain and seize its essence. "Attack!" One of the cultivators shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Next, all the cultivators flew towards the mountain. One by one, they took out their weapons and charged at the mountain, intending to destroy it. Crackle! Who would have thought that at this moment the lightning above the mountain would intertwine and strike towards the magic treasures these cultivators had taken out? Clang, 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 accompanied by a series of clanging sounds. The magic treasures of these cultivators were sent flying. Then the mountain rushed towards a group of cultivators, sending them flying. Aya, this mountain spirit is too powerful. Hurry up and run. The cultivators who were watching from the periphery turned pale and turned to run. The group of cultivators who were attacking the mountain were scared out of their wits. They put away their magic treasures and fled in panic. Lin Feng did not chase after those people. He carried the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and ran madly into the depths of the forest. I finally got my life back. The group of cultivators who escaped with their lives let out a sigh of relief. A day later, in the depths of the great swamp, a youth was fighting with dozens of deep swamp crocodiles. These deep swamp crocodiles were hundreds of meters long and were almost invulnerable. Their bodies were strong and their strength was huge. With a swipe of their claws, even copper tendons and iron bones would be crushed. The tails of these deep swamp crocodiles were also very terrifying and had destructive power. With a swipe of their tails, even magic treasures forged by cultivators would be smashed to pieces. Lin Feng used his body to fight dozens of deep swamp crocodiles. It could be said that he was surrounded by danger. After fighting for 6 hours, Lin Feng was covered in wounds. But he also beat a group of deep swamp crocodiles into the depths of the swamp, not daring to come out. Only then did he soar into the sky and land below a waterfall, allowing the powerful water to wash away the filth and blood on his body. The fire Qilin laid on the shore like a master and crossed his legs. He said, "Rest for a day. Tomorrow we will change the target of the battle." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. The next day in a lake, a roar shook the sky. A 300 to 400 meter long flood dragon rushed out from the depths of the lake, its huge body coiled and circled, its cold eyes looking at this human brat who dared to provoke it. Whoosh! The flood dragon spewed out water vapor that filled the sky. These water vapor turned into sharp swords that slashed towards Lin Feng. "Break for me!" Lin Feng shouted loudly, his fist sweeping the sky and earth, shattering all the water swords with one punch. Then he rushed towards the flood dragon and threw a punch at it. Flood dragon tail whip. The flood dragon swung its tail, fiercely whipping towards Lin Feng. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was sent flying by the flood dragon. Crack, crack! Lin Feng felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Whoosh! He gritted his teeth and persevered, quickly getting up and rushing towards the flood dragon again. 2 hours later, Lin Feng was already covered in cuts and bruises, and the flood dragon wanted to swallow Lin Feng in one gulp. Knowing that he had reached his limit, Lin Feng flapped his golden wings and soared into the sky, causing the flood dragon to miss. "I will challenge you again tomorrow." Lin Feng roared and turned to leave. Roar! The flood dragon roared angrily. After fighting for so long, it still couldn't kill this human brat, which made it very depressed. The next day, Lin Feng came to challenge the flood dragon again. This time, the flood dragon's attacks were even fiercer. It was determined to kill this human brat who dared to provoke it. After fighting for a day, Lin Feng, who was covered in cuts and bruises, left again. The flood dragon couldn't catch up with Lin Feng's golden wings at all. It was so angry that it destroyed a large part of the forest to vent its anger. In the depths of the desolate jungle, Lin Feng went to the top of a mountain and challenged the 9-headed sky demon eagle. He went to the bottom of the Great Lake and fought against the deep swamp crocodiles. He went to the depths of the flood dragon lake and fought against the flood dragon lake. Under such extreme tempering and sharpening, Lin Feng's potential was stimulated. Boom! Finally, on this day, Lin Feng, who was fighting with the flood dragon, seemed to break through a layer of membrane in his body. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. "I broke through," said Lin Feng. Chapter 339. The Triennial Mountain River List ranking competition had finally begun. An entire Azure Dragon Institute was bustling with noise and excitement. The Mountain River List ranking competition had 2 different methods. The first method was a single-round elimination system. Because the Azure Dragon Institute had more than 100,000 students, and the Mountain River List only had 300 seats. Therefore, only those who had accumulated 1,000 points had the qualifications to challenge the older students on the Mountain River List. Defeating one opponent could increase one's points by 5. Other than that, the students on the Mountain River List could also challenge higher-ranked students, and if they could win, they would take over their opponent's position, and the defeated student's ranking would automatically drop by 1 place. Under normal circumstances, unless one was very confident in themselves, they would only accept the challenge. Because the people on the Mountain River List were all experts, if they failed the challenge and were injured, other students could take advantage of the situation. Thinking about it, if they were injured, the experts outside the Mountain River list would definitely challenge them to take over their position, and at that time being defeated would be a high probability event. Before the start of the Mountain River list ranking competition, Blood Dragon appeared on the square, ascending the main stage, and said in a cold voice, "Where's Lin Feng? You challenged me a month ago, and now that I'm here, you can come out." Many people were waiting for the battle between Lin Feng and Blood Dragon. At first, they thought that the battle would take place at the end of the Mountain River list ranking competition, but no one would have thought that Blood Dragon would be so impatient to fight with Lin Feng. In the huge square, more than 100,000 people's cheers shook the sky. One was the Blood Dragon Gang's president, the first ranked student on the Mountain River list. The other was the Dragon Gate's patriarch, the rising star of the Azure Dragon Institute. The battle between the two could be said to be the center of attention. Moreover, this battle would take place before the start of the Mountain River list ranking competition. It made many people feel excited. Where is Lin Feng? Roll over here to die? Blood Dragon spoke for the second time, his voice cold, filled with contempt for Lin Feng. But Lin Feng still did not appear. This Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid to fight, right? There's really such a possibility. Did you guys hear about what happened a month ago? What is it? Many people saw the conflict between Lin Feng and the Blood Dragon. The Blood Dragon was really too strong and suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng probably felt humiliated and was angry, so he challenged the Blood Dragon. When he calmed down, he realized that he couldn't be the Blood Dragon's opponent, so he didn't fight. Now that you mention it, I think it's very possible. After all, you can do anything if you're hot-headed. After thinking about it, you realize how irrational your impulsive actions were. The Blood Dragon is too strong. Lin Feng must know that he's no match for the Blood Dragon, so he didn't appear. Many people began to talk about it. Look, the people from the Dragon Gate are over there. Lin Feng is indeed not there. It seems that Lin Feng is really afraid of the Blood Dragon and doesn't dare to appear. Some students pointed at Long Shiyu, Xia Yifei, Wang Kuan, and the others. Long Shiyu and the others naturally did not believe that Lin Feng would shrink back at the last minute. The patriarch has been gone for a month. He said he'd come back before the battle. Why hasn't he come back yet? Is the patriarch okay? Asked Wang Kuan worriedly. With the patriarch's strength, he should be fine. He went to the savage forest to train, so it's not strange that he'll be late, said Long Shiyu. The Blood Dragon was furious. You challenged me, but you don't dare show up. How ridiculous. If you see me in the future, you'll have to avoid me. The Blood Dragon was extremely arrogant. His cold laughter echoed throughout the square. Damn it, I really want to teach him a lesson, said Wang Kuan gloomily. Said Long Shiyu, let's wait for the patriarch. We'll see if he can still be so arrogant. Wang Kuan knew that he was no match for the Blood Dragon. He would only be humiliating himself if he went. He nodded and waited with the others for Lin Feng's return. Is Lin Feng really afraid? Whispered someone from the drizzle building. Zhou Xiu looked at Zhou Yingying and said, Second sister, you've interacted with Lin Feng before. What do you think of him? Zhou Yingying thought for a moment and said, I think he's very open and upright. He doesn't seem like someone who's going to back down. Zhou Xiu nodded and said, to be able to establish the Dragon Gate in such a short time and contend against the 5 old forces, how can such a person be simple? Wind Snow School, Lu Fingxue, Leng Qiushuang, Xueziao, and the rest of the Wind Snow School's upper echelons were present. Xueziao said, Is Lin Feng really afraid to show up? Leng Qiushuang frowned and said, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that Lin Feng will definitely show up. Lu Fingxue smiled and said, I can't see through Lin Feng. Let's just wait and see. Other than them, the Mad Tiger Gang, Thunder Firmament Sect, and other student forces' upper echelons were also discussing this matter, including the Azure Dragon Institute's teachers, attendants, and elders. Everyone was discussing if Lin Feng was delayed by something, or if he really didn't dare to accept the challenge. Each side had their own explanation. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Gang's members were all high and mighty. Who does Lin Feng think he is? Can he contend against our president? He's overestimating himself. That's right. He's so scared that he doesn't dare to show up. Do you know where he's hiding? Haha, what a coward. He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry our president's shoes. The Blood Dragon Gang's members mocked and ridiculed. Bastard, what are you talking about? The Dragon Gate's members naturally couldn't take it anymore and started arguing. It was obvious that a great battle was about to break out. Where is Lin Feng? Where is Lin Feng? Where is Lin Feng? Blood Dragon stood on the stage and let out 3 consecutive shouts that were deafening to the ears. He still hasn't shown up. He must be scared. Tisk tsk. He must be regretting challenging Blood Dragon now. Some students curled their lips and said. Blood Dragon's expression was cold as he shouted, Lin Feng, you don't dare to accept the challenge? I've overestimated you, a coward like you. You don't even have the qualifications to make me. Blood Dragon, take action. Blood Dragon stood on the stage, looking incomparably arrogant. His gaze was as cold as a blade, and everyone could feel his condescending attitude. However, Blood Dragon was strong enough to look down on any student in the Azure Dragon Institute. Blood Dragon, can't you keep her cool? It seems that I've underestimated you. Just as Blood Dragon's voice fell, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to look in the distance. Seeing that figure, Blood Dragon's face revealed a trace of coldness. Thousands of meters away, a figure was bouncing from a tall building. Every time he bounced, he would travel hundreds of meters. A distance of thousands of meters was covered in a few breaths of time. That young man landed on the arena, more than 10 meters away from the Blood Dragon. A terrifying aura immediately spread out from that young man's body. You're finally here to die? Blood Dragon sneered. Blood Dragon, you're too arrogant. Today, I'll trample you under my feet. The young man stepped out, and the aura around him became more terrifying as he walked toward Blood Dragon. Chapter 340. This is momentum condensation. Many people were astonished when they sensed that Lin Feng's qi was becoming more and more powerful. Momentum condensation. This was a very extraordinary ability. Not everyone could condense momentum. Often, many powerful existences could use momentum to kill people. Their momentum was very terrifying, because those existences were extremely confident in themselves. Moreover, their cultivation was profound and they had comprehended the method of condensing momentum. Therefore, many times they didn't need to make a move to condense their momentum and kill the enemy. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had experienced life and death battles again and again. He had also led a 1,000-man army to battle the Beastmen army, killing countless Beastmen soldiers and several Beastmen generals. He had entered the Beastmen army as if there was no resistance. This was a great boost to Lin Feng's comprehension of momentum. Generally, to condense momentum, one needed to be at the yin-yang realm or above. However, Lin Feng's experience, coupled with Lin Feng's comprehension, had allowed Lin Feng to comprehend the method of condensing momentum. Lin Feng walked step by step towards Blood Dragon, his momentum growing stronger. No, I can't take it anymore. Lin Feng's momentum is too strong. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute teachers and attendants who were closer to the stage couldn't withstand the momentum emitted from Lin Feng's body. Their faces were pale, and they quickly retreated. What a genius! He can actually comprehend momentum at the martial general realm. Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were shocked. Lin Feng's momentum directly enveloped Blood Dragon's body. Crack! Blood Dragon's expression changed slightly. He immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, and his movements became much slower. You can actually condense momentum. I underestimated you before. Blood Dragon's expression was indifferent. Cheongchi treasure technique, shouted Lin Feng icily. He threw a punch at the blood dragon. Roar! The roar shook the heavens and the earth. The vicious beast Cheongchi condensed and leaped out, pouncing towards Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon growled and punched out to block. Above Shuelong's right fist, endless blood light condensed. When Lin Feng had fought against Shuelong for the first time, Shuelong had used the same attack. It was a strange attack. The blood-red light swirled around the blood dragon's fist. It was a very powerful attack, and it ferociously smashed towards the Cheongchi. However, the current Lin Feng could not be mentioned in the same breath. A life and death experience in the desolate forest. 1 month of bitter cultivation. Lin Feng had advanced by a realm. His combat power soared. The ferocious beast Cheongchi's roar shook the sky. Together with the force emitted from Lin Feng's body, it launched an attack on the blood dragon. Bang! The two sides clashed fiercely. Everyone saw that blood dragon's blood shadow fist was broken by Cheongchi. The Cheongchi's huge claws slammed into the blood dragon and sent it flying. How is this possible? The blood dragon was repelled? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Heavens! How is Lin Feng so powerful? A month ago, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage when he fought with the blood dragon. How did Lin Feng become so powerful in just a month? Could it be that Lin Feng was hiding his cultivation before this? Many people discussed animatedly. No one believed that Lin Feng's cultivation had suddenly skyrocketed. Of course, nobody knew that during that 1 month, in order to increase his cultivation, Lin Feng had gone through a lot of dangerous situations. He had gone through a lot of dangerous battles and survived. Damn it! After being repelled, the blood dragon could not help but curse. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. He had thought that he could easily get rid of Lin Feng, but he had not expected to suffer a great loss in the first exchange between the two. How could the proud and arrogant blood dragon accept this? Roar! At this time, the Cheongchi beast roared and pounced toward the blood dragon. The blood dragon sneered. He stretched out his hands, and a terrifying blood-red ball of light condensed in his palms. Blood dragon kill. The blood dragon let out a long roar and suddenly pushed its hands forward. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly rang out. The blood-red ball of light suddenly turned into a blood-red dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It quickly rushed out and pounced on the Cheongchi beast. The blood dragon looked like a real blood dragon. It was lifelike and exuded a suffocating aura. What a terrifying secret technique! Is this an ancient divine ability? Many people cried out in surprise. Rumor had it that the blood dragon had a fortuitous encounter when he was young and had consumed dragon blood. His body had been transformed by the dragon blood, so his talent was abnormally strong. The reason why he was called the blood dragon was because of his talent. It was because of his signature move, the blood dragon kill. It was the powerful technique that the blood dragon was currently using, which was to condense a blood-red ball of light. Using the blood-red ball of light to condense a blood dragon. The blood dragon soared to the sky, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. This was the blood dragon kill. The blood dragon collided with the Cheongchi beast. Rumble. The battle stage shook violently as the two beasts clashed. This Lin Feng is condensing a Cheongchi beast. Looks like this Lin Feng also grasped an ancient divine abilities inheritance. He's also a person with great fortune. Even in ancient forces, only the core disciples could cultivate these kinds of inheritances. Our true martial country doesn't have this kind of inheritance. He probably had a fortuitous encounter. Some of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups were discussing. Right at this moment, the Crimson Dragon slapped the Cheongchi flying with its claw. After that, the Crimson Dragon quickly arrived in front of the Cheongchi, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on the Cheongchi's head. The Cheongchi beast dissipated into nothingness. Lin Feng's Cheong-Chi treasure technique was broken by the Blood Dragon's Blood Dragon Kill. What a powerful Blood Dragon Kill! Lin Feng's secret technique was broken. This time, Lin Feng is in danger. Many people exclaimed in shock. Groan! The gigantic blood dragon roared, bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it threw itself at Lin Feng. An endless amount of blood-red lights enveloped Lin Feng and enveloped him. Not good. Lin Feng can't dodge the blood dragon's attack. Its speed is too fast. Then isn't he dead for sure? Many people exclaimed in shock. The Dragon Gate's Long Shiyu, Xiao Yifei, Ziyu and Yuan, and the others were looking at the battle stage nervously and worriedly. The blood dragon's attack was too powerful. The blood dragon opened its bloody maw, aiming to swallow Lin Feng whole. Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by the blood dragon, but at that moment, everyone saw Lin Feng's hands turn into a black hole. When the blood dragon pounced on him, the black hole started to distort violently, emitting terrifying fluctuations. The blood dragon was directly swallowed by the black hole. After swallowing the blood dragon, Lin Feng's aura was even more terrifying than before. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura emerged from Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng stepped forward. His force was even more terrifying. Lin Feng took a step forward. Suddenly a gale swept out. Lin Feng's force was too strong. It had formed a gale. The blood dragon was suppressed by Lin Feng's force. It looked as if it had been struck by lightning. Its face was incomparably pale as it was forced to retreat. Chapter 341. Is that Lin Feng's martial spirit? It is said that it is an extremely strange, devouring martial spirit that can devour everything. Can you feel the aura emanating from Lin Feng's body? It's too powerful. Even the blood dragon was forced to retreat by the aura emanating from Lin Feng's body. Countless people were discussing as they looked at Lin Feng in shock. Now, Lin Feng was already at the 3rd level of the martial general realm and possessed the strength of 25 dragons and elephants. The strength of 1 dragon and elephant was equivalent to 10 dragons, and 25 dragons and elephants was equivalent to 250 dragons. With his 3rd level martial spirit circulating, Lin Feng's strength was equivalent to 725 dragons. Of course, the truly terrifying thing about Lin Feng was that he cultivated secret techniques that allowed him to challenge those above his level, as well as the force that he had comprehended. So at this moment, even the blood dragon was suppressed by Lin Feng. The blood dragon's expression became extremely gloomy. The blood dragon was extremely depressed. He clearly felt that his strength far exceeded Lin Feng's, but he had a feeling that he had nowhere to use his strength. The blood dragon's cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial general realm, and his strength was around 3,000 dragons. Before Lin Feng broke through, his strongest strength was only 150 dragons. The blood dragon's strength was 20 times that of Lin Feng's. Thus, in the clash in the cafeteria, the blood dragon was able to easily suppress Lin Feng. After breaking through, Lin Feng's strength could reach 725 dragons at most. The blood dragon's strength was only about 4 times that of Lin Feng's. It had also been said before that only when one's strength exceeded 10 times that one could break through 10,000 techniques. If it was within 10 times, it was hard to say who would win. This depended on the secret techniques that both sides cultivated. During a battle, one's ability to perform on the spot was extremely important. Therefore, although the blood dragon's strength surpassed Lin Feng's, it was completely normal for it to be suppressed by Lin Feng. Hegemonic Thunder Art. Lin Feng walked towards the blood dragon step by step. His hands continuously formed seals. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out as a layer of thunderclouds appeared above the arena. Within the thunderclouds, the power of lightning intertwined. It's another ancient ability, and it's the rarest lightning ability. Many people cried out in alarm. Thunder was the power with the greatest attack power. As for all kinds of lightning secret arts, cultivation methods, and divine abilities, they were the rarest. Even many ancient forces might not necessarily have the lightning god art. However, Lin Feng's use of this lightning, ancient, divine ability shocked everyone. Could it be that this guy discovered the cavern of an ancient cultivator? Many people were secretly guessing. Boom! The first thunderbolt struck down instantly. The purple lightning shot towards the blood dragon. Swish, swish, swish! The blood dragon's speed was extremely fast. He quickly flashed on the arena and dodged the first thunderbolt attack. However, before the blood dragon could stop, a second bolt of lightning struck down. The blood dragon flew into the distance again to avoid the second bolt of lightning. However, a third bolt, a fourth bolt, more and more thunderbolts descended from the sky, bombarding the blood dragon. Bang! A thunderbolt ruthlessly struck the blood dragon's body, sending him flying. Wah! The blood dragon couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood dragon is injured. Many people cried out in alarm. No one had expected this to happen. Before the battle, everyone had thought that the blood dragon would win. However, after the battle, the result was different from what they had imagined. From the very beginning, Lin Feng had obtained the advantage, not the blood dragon. But now, the blood dragon had been injured by Lin Feng. How could this be? The members of the blood dragon gang cried out in disbelief. Originally, the members of the blood dragon gang were arrogant and despotic in the Azure Dragon Institute. No one dared to provoke them until Lin Feng appeared. The members of the blood dragon gang had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lin Feng. They were all waiting for the blood dragon to defeat Lin Feng and vent their anger. But now, the blood dragon was suppressed by Lin Feng to the point that he didn't have the strength to fight back. The blood dragon gang members couldn't accept this. The sovereign is too strong. On the other hand, the Dragon Gate students were looking at the battle stage with incomparable excitement. These Dragon Gate students, they were proud to be Dragon Gate students. Blood dragon, is this all you've got? If it's limited to this, then you're really too weak. Lin Feng's cold voice resounded through the entire arena. Everyone was in a daze. There was actually someone who dared to say to the blood dragon that he was too weak. Moreover, the person who said this was merely a 17 or 18-year-old youth. This made everyone feel a sense of unreality. The blood dragon, that was the Azure Dragon Institute's #1 expert, who knew how many people had challenged the blood dragon, but all of them had suffered a crushing defeat. But now, the blood dragon was completely suppressed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In the void, bolts of lightning blasted towards the blood dragon. Bang! The blood dragon was sent flying again. His hair was unbound. You're courting death. The blood dragon roared furiously. His face was distorted. When had the blood dragon ever been suppressed like this? At this moment, he only wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces, to wash away the shame that Lin Feng brought to him. Dragon God transformation. At this moment, the blood dragon roared. Kacha, kacha! Everyone heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Look, the blood dragon's body is changing. Someone pointed at the stage in shock. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, the blood dragon's body seemed to be growing bigger. Bang! The clothes on the blood dragon's upper body exploded. Then, the blood dragon's muscles began to expand. His body was punched in an instant. A dense layer of scales appeared on the surface of the blood dragon's body. Dragon scales! It's actually dragon scales! Many people shouted in shock. They didn't know what kind of secret technique the blood dragon had used to cover his body with dragon scales. When the dense lightning struck the blood dragon's body, all the lightning was blocked by the dragon scales. Heavens, after the blood dragon scales, Lin Feng's attacks can't hurt him anymore. Many people shouted in shock. The blood dragon's defense was too strong. If Lin Feng couldn't even break through the blood dragon's defense, how could he fight against him? He would definitely lose. Little boy, you forced me to use the divine dragon transformation. Once I use it, I can even block the attack of a cultivator of the Martial King lair, let alone you. Little boy, prepare to die. The blood dragon laughed coldly and rushed towards Lin Feng. A blood shadow punch condensed a boundless blood-red light and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng is going to die, many people shouted in alarm. The blood dragon's defense couldn't be broken by Lin Feng. Many people thought that there was no suspense in this battle. Haha, let's see how that little boy will die. The Blood Dragon Society's members were excited. They could already see Lin Feng being punched to death by the blood dragon. When they thought about that, they started trembling with excitement. Oh no, the patriarch is in danger. Long Shiyu and the others' expressions changed drastically. On the battle stage, a boundless blood-red light surrounded Lin Feng. The blood dragon's face was filled with a hideous smile. It was as if he could already see Lin Feng being punched to death. Facing the blood dragon's impenetrable defense, Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Can't I break through his defense?" whispered Lin Feng. His lips curled into a cold smile. He stretched out his right hand. Boom! The lightning energy floating in the sky quickly rushed over, forming a ball of lightning that was grabbed by Lin Feng. When the blood dragon's fist came towards him, Lin Feng's left hand struck towards the blood dragon. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. Lin Feng blocked the blood dragon's fist, while the ball of lightning in his right hand pressed against the blood dragon's body. Following the earth-shaking explosion, everyone saw the ball of lightning that Lin Feng had condensed explode. The blood dragon's body was blown away, his skin and flesh lacerated. The dense dragon scales on his body were completely destroyed by the terrifying power of the explosion. The blood dragon spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and flew over 10 meters before falling to the ground. Heavens, isn't Lin Feng too strong? Shocked gazes fell on the black-clothed youth on the stage. Blood dragon. He was ranked first on the Mountain River list. He had actually been defeated by Lin Feng. Chapter 342. GGG. Blood Dragon leaped up from the ground and let out a cry that sounded like a night owl. Everyone looked at Blood Dragon and felt their hair stand on end when they heard Blood Dragon's cry. What's wrong with Blood Dragon? Did he go crazy because he couldn't accept the truth? Someone muttered. Lin Feng is too strong. Blood Dragon can't handle Lin Feng. It's normal for Blood Dragon to lose to Lin Feng. Someone said. Everyone was nervously paying attention to what was happening on the stage. The battle had reached the most critical moment. Lin Feng and Xuelong's movements were extremely important. Everybody was worried about Lin Feng and Xuelong. Brat, I have to say, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. At this moment, Blood Dragon's expression suddenly returned to normal. However, everyone could hear the dense killing intent in the Blood Dragon's voice. Blood Dragon restrained all of his killing intent. At this time, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How can this be? Isn't Blood Dragon about to lose? Why do I feel that the Blood Dragon is even scarier now? Yeah, I have the same feeling. Many people exclaimed in shock. They didn't understand what was going on. They looked at Xuelong in shock. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. Elder, what do you think? Wenren Kanglin and the other Azure Dragon Institute higher-ups were also watching the battle. Someone looked at Wenren Kanglin and asked, "There's something wrong with Blood Dragon. I'm afraid he still has some terrifying moves that he hasn't used yet." Wenren Kanglin frowned. When he looked at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. Even an expert of his level revealed a worried expression. Clearly, even Wenren Kanglin felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to block Blood Dragon's hidden killing move. It's his martial spirit. An elder said, "Martial spirit?" Many of the Azure Dragon Institute's higher-ups looked at the elder. The elder said, "I heard that Blood Dragon's martial spirit is an extremely terrifying martial spirit. Moreover, it's a dark attribute martial spirit. Darkness-type martial soul? The Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark martial soul was the strangest and rarest type of martial soul. Every dark martial soul had an unimaginable ability. Any kind of dark martial soul was extremely terrifying. It was said that once a person with a dark martial spirit activated his dark martial spirit, he would be able to fight opponents who were much stronger than him. In other words, when the blood dragon awakened its own dark martial spirit, although he was only a martial general, he could ignore the huge gap in strength between him and a martial king. He could challenge a martial king expert. This was simply too shocking. However, the dark martial soul was too rare. Therefore, everyone had only heard about the dark martial soul but had never seen it before. On the arena, Blood Dragon suddenly walked up step by step. Shocking waves were released from Blood Dragon's dantian. Balls of black gas surged out and covered the entire arena. Above the arena, black fog lingered. Everyone could only see Lin Feng's blurry figure, while Blood Dragon disappeared without a trace. That's a dark martial soul. The Fire Qilin, who was watching the battle from a distant rooftop, was shocked. Any dark martial soul is extremely terrifying and has unimaginable abilities. I wonder which Blood Dragon's dark martial soul is? At this moment, even the Fire Qilin's expression became serious. Before this, he had been watching the battle with a relaxed attitude. But now, seeing the Blood Dragon release his dark martial soul, he couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Why can't I feel Blood Dragon's aura? Look, there's only a blurry figure on the arena. That must be Lin Feng. Blood Dragon has disappeared. Many people cried out in alarm. The Azure Dragon Institute's upper echelons' faces also changed. When Ren Kanglin and the others even extended their divine senses, using their divine senses to scan everything that was happening on the stage. They felt Lin Feng's aura with their divine sense, but they couldn't find Blood Dragon's aura. It disappeared, Lin Feng muttered. Just like that, Blood Dragon disappeared from sight. The surroundings were shrouded in black fog, but Blood Dragon had disappeared without a trace. Just a moment ago, it was clearly on the opposite side. Lin Feng used his divine sense to search for Blood Dragon's whereabouts. No, I can't sense it. Blood Dragon has disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's expression became incomparably serious. The method that the Blood Dragon used was really too strange. Is that his martial soul? Why did he disappear? Lin Feng frowned. He looked around the arena. There was only a faint black fog, but there was no trace of Blood Dragon. Disappeared. Blood Dragon really disappeared. This martial soul is too terrifying. No wonder it's said that people with dark martial souls can fight opponents who are a lot stronger than them. We are all Martial King realm cultivators, but we can't sense where Blood Dragon is. A great elder said with a bitter smile, if they couldn't sense where Blood Dragon was hiding, then Blood Dragon could launch a sneak attack. One could imagine if they were ambushed by Blood Dragon. Even a Martial King realm expert wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, they were all made of flesh and blood. In the arena, Lin Feng looked around with a grave expression. Behind Lin Feng, a silhouette appeared soundlessly. Nobody knew how he had appeared. It was Blood Dragon. He had appeared behind Lin Feng. Blood Dragon's mouth was full of a sinister expression. He threw a palm towards Lin Feng. Behind. Lin Feng's reaction speed was extremely fast. When Blood Dragon attacked, he sensed the aura behind him. His expression suddenly changed. Lin Feng turned around and threw an attack behind him. But who would have thought that his attack would miss? Blood Dragon appeared on Lin Feng's left and threw a punch. Bang! This punch fiercely hit Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng was immediately sent flying. Thump! 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 Lin Feng took more than 10 steps back before he could stop. He felt a terrifying force enter his body, trying to destroy it. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to suppress the terrifying force that entered his body. You're fine after taking my attack? How can your body be so strong? Shouted Blood Dragon. He couldn't believe it. Lin Feng hadn't been able to block that attack at all. Even a martial king would vomit blood from the attack. But Lin Feng was fine? Wasn't his body too strong? Blood Dragon couldn't help but feel a deep sense of jealousy. How could this kid have such a terrifying body? What martial soul do you have? Lin Feng asked solemnly. Darkness. Black fog martial soul. I am the black fog. The black fog is me. I can turn into any black fog. And any black fog, I can also turn into me. Blood Dragon's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will break every bone in your body and destroy your dantian. You'll become a complete cripple. In the end, you'll be like a dog wagging its tail in front of me and begging me to let you live. As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Dragon disappeared. Chapter 343. The Blood Dragon's arrogant words still echoed in his ears, as if they hadn't dissipated. However, he had disappeared without a trace again. The Blood Dragon's martial soul is really terrifying. He disappeared again. This is simply an invincible martial soul. There's no way to fight against it. Yes, this martial soul is too heaven-defying. Facing this martial soul, Lin Feng can't do anything. This is a situation where he will definitely lose. If I were Lin Feng, I would admit defeat now. This way I can still save my life. If I don't admit defeat now, I'm afraid I won't have a good ending. Many people were discussing animatedly as they watched the battle in the arena with solemn expressions. Many people used their divine senses to search for the Blood Dragon's figure, but they found nothing. In the arena, there was only Lin Feng and the black fog that lingered around the entire arena. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that he was in trouble. This was the first time he had seen such a strange martial soul. As expected, there were thousands of martial souls in the world. There were always some martial souls that had unimaginable abilities. For example, the Blood Dragon's martial soul was too strange. Swoosh! Behind him, a cold light flashed, and the Blood Dragon appeared again. He held a short blade that could cut iron like mud and stabbed towards Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon's attack hadn't managed to injure Lin Feng. This guy knew that Lin Feng's physical defense was too strong. It was not easy to use a secret technique to break Lin Feng's physical defense. Therefore, this guy directly used his weapon. The short blade flashed with a cold light and stabbed towards Lin Feng. The attack was about to stab Lin Feng. Swoosh! However, suddenly, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Fast! His speed was too fast. Lin Feng's clone, the golden-winged Rock King's clone, allowed Lin Feng to have extreme speed. He moved short distances as fast as teleportation. This sudden stab pierced nothing but air. The Blood Dragon's pupils contracted violently. Even he did not notice how Lin Feng had disappeared. Suddenly, Blood Dragon felt a strong gust of wind coming from the left. Lin Feng appeared out of nowhere and swept his leg toward Blood Dragon. Blood Dragon raised his hand to block. Bang! Crack! Although the Blood Dragon blocked this attack, its arm was broken by Lin Feng. The Blood Dragon did not have Lin Feng's abnormally strong and terrifying body. Heavens, it can't be. Blood Dragon was injured by Lin Feng again. Many people were dumbfounded. After Blood Dragon had used his dark martial spirit, everyone felt that Lin Feng would definitely lose. However, Blood Dragon was the one who was injured, which made everyone feel incredulous. The Fire Unicorn nodded in satisfaction and murmured to himself, Lin Feng has been fighting against so many ferocious beasts. His intuition is as sharp as a ferocious beast's. When danger comes, he can always predict it in advance. The most terrifying thing is that he can control his golden wings. He can take advantage of every moment and use his speed to its maximum. That's how he managed to injure the blood dragon, who has a dark spirit. That kind of perfect use of his golden wings is not something that can be done by learning how to use them. It's something that can be learned through countless battles. Damn it, you actually injured me. Blood Dragon's face was extremely gloomy. In all the battles that he had used his dark martial spirit, he had never lost. This was the first time that he had been injured. Blood Dragon's anger was like a volcanic eruption. He was unable to contain his anger. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Your martial spirit is terrifying, but your speed is slower than my speed of dodging. As long as I catch your chi, I can dodge your attacks." Lin Feng is really strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared half to death by Blood Dragon's martial spirit, but he's still so calm. Lin Feng is only 17 years old, right? I really don't know what he's been through. He's in such a dangerous situation, but he's still able to calmly deal with all kinds of dangers and crises. Many people were astonished. They put themselves in Lin Feng's shoes and tried to imagine what they would do if they were in his shoes. However, the answer made them feel like cursing themselves. Blood Dragon looked indifferent and said, "I see. You used your speed to dodge my attacks, but if all your angles were blocked, how could you use your speed to dodge my attacks?" Blood Dragon's lips curled into a sinister smile. A moment later, he disappeared again. Lin Feng looked around indifferently. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light appeared behind him. Blood Dragon appeared with a short blade in his hand and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng originally wanted to dodge the attack, but he hadn't thought that another blood dragon would appear on his left, front, and right. There were 4 blood dragons on his left, back, front, and right. They were all holding short blades as they charged towards Lin Feng. The 4 blood dragons blocked all 4 directions, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. This attack was simply too frightening. Why are there 4 blood dragons? If the 4 blood dragons attack at the same time, Lin Feng's speed advantage will disappear. 1 is his real body, and the other 3 are condensed by Blood Dragon's martial spirit. His real body can instantly switch between the condensed dark clones. The Blood Dragon's martial spirit has such an ability. How monstrous! Then Lin Feng will definitely lose. Sigh, losing is the best outcome. Do you think the Blood Dragon will let Lin Feng off so easily? Many people started talking. When they thought about the Blood Dragon's personality, their expressions changed. Lin Feng would suffer a fate worse than death if he fell into the Blood Dragon's hands. The 4 blood dragons were all holding short blades as they attacked Lin Feng. In the narrow space, Lin Feng moved quickly, dodging the 4 blood dragons' attacks. Each time, he managed to dodge a fatal attack. At the same time, Lin Feng released his devouring martial spirit. His devouring martial spirit started devouring the black fog around the battle stage. At the same time, Lin Feng used his magnetic field to restrict the blood dragon's speed. But he realized that his magnetic field had failed. The black fog around the battle stage. After devouring it, it would appear again, said the blood dragon, smiling coldly. I've heard that you have a devouring martial spirit. It seems like it's also a kind of dark martial spirit, but dark martial spirits can't affect each other. Your devouring martial spirit can't destroy my black fog martial spirit. Is that so? Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Devouring martial spirit's ultimate form. Activate, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The 3 devouring martial spirits started fusing together.